this council meeting. Thank you all for attending. Looks like we got a full house tonight. We've got a huge agenda. We'll do our best to clip through it as fast as we can. It's good to see all of you here. We will start our evening with invocation by Pastor Tony Van Manen of the Centennial Baptist Church, and then we will continue standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right.
Let's pray. Our Father, we thank you that tonight we can come and meet together. We know that there are many communities around the world where they're still struggling to do that, and so we thank you for this opportunity. We thank you for the citizens of this city who care so deeply about making this a place of safety and success. And we thank you for our leaders who continue to face many challenges in their leadership in these days. And I pray that you would give them wisdom, that as they guide and guard our city and as they plan for its future, that you would help them to have abundant wisdom from on high. We thank you most of all for watching over each of us and our families, and we pray that God's grace and goodness would continue to move us forward as a community. And we thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Alden.
Here.
Wagner.
Here.
Hopper.
Here.
Paulson.
Here.
Pollard.
Here.
McGee.
Here. Any of the councilmen have a conflict with any of the listed items on the agenda? Hearing none, we'll move forward. Special presentations. We have an update report from the golf board this evening. Who will be here to present that? Hello, sir. Hello. Better looking one of the Wagner family.
The better looking brother, yes.
Yes.
I hope that's on the record. Excellent, thanks,
Well,
Brent.
no one will dispute it.
Maybe one would dispute it. Mr. President, City Council members, I am Zach Wagner. I reside at 25585 Bogey Drive, Caldwell, Idaho, and I am the chairman of the Golf Advisory Board, and I'm grateful to see so many people out here tonight to hear about the golf report. Things are great with golf in Caldwell. Golf is growing in Caldwell. At Purple Sage Golf Course, our revenues are up 39% over last year and up 51% over the last 2 years. The number of golf rounds played has increased by 20% over 1 year and 36% over 2 years. So those are great numbers to see an increase of growth in the game of golf. Also at Fairview Golf Course, our revenues are up 27% over 1 year and green fees are up 50% in 1 year. Caldwell has a very active ladies golf association. They have 58 members that participate. They added 8 new members this past year, and additionally they provide services throughout this community. They're more than just growing the game of golf. During the Christmas season, they fundraised $900 and they purchased socks, puzzle books, candy treats for seniors who are participating in the Meals on Wheels program. So over $900 of Christmas gifts were delivered to local Caldwell residents as a result of the work, the dedication of our Caldwell Lady Golfers. Congratulations to them. Also, they've assisted and helped put together a website for Caldwell Golf, and our website is now much more mobile friendly, and that's helped to increase tee times. You can get a tee time online, it's helped to increase revenue and green fees. Additionally, our junior golf is up. Participation in junior golf has grown from 75 to 100 participants. We have a strong, robust junior golf program, and it's wonderful to have 2 golf courses available in the city. We have Fairview Golf Course and Purple Sage Golf Course, and Fairview is a wonderful environment and atmosphere for our junior golfers who are down there Thursday mornings in the summer. From the golf board, I would like to express my appreciation to City Council, to the Mayor, for your support of golf. I'd also like to express appreciation to Brett Williams. We have a wonderful golf professional who does a great job. Also, Ken Wheeler, our superintendent, works tirelessly to keep our golf courses in excellent shape. And I appreciate Carol Mitchell. She's actively at our golf board meetings and provides insight and assistance regarding financial matters. And also John McGee, his help and participation with the golf board has been much appreciated. And I appreciate Debbie Geyer as well, helping to keep me as much as possible headed on the right path and doing what we need to do as far as minutes and meetings. Again, I thank you for your support of Caldwell Golf, and Caldwell Golf is strong and moving in a very positive direction.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Wagner?
Mr. Council President?
Mr. Wagner?
Is that a question for myself then? Well, first is just because it's on the record doesn't mean it's true, so for that first comment that was said. But I also want to give a shout out, to, Zach had mentioned the Junior Golf Association, and, there's many people, but without Mrs. Wagner, Zach's wife, Pam, I don't know where that program would be, and she does have some fantastic helpers, she really does, but she does so much for that program, and that's one of those programs where we really don't see all of the benefits. I was a member of junior golf, in Idaho Falls, and my mom ran it then and got it going, and Zach was also part of that then too, and so I can look back and see all the positives in my life, and a lot of that can come from those types of things, and so I think it'd be a disservice to not mention Pam and everything that she does, and her assistants. I wish I knew all their names, but what they do for the youth in this community in junior golf is tremendous, and we don't pay her, and the money that we get out of that is just phenomenal going down, and so make sure that she knows that she was thought of tonight and everything that she and her helpers do, so thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yeah. Zach, has there been any problem with the season card holders about the weekend? No weekend play until afternoon for season card holders? Did that work out okay for them?
Mr. President, Mr. Carlson, that has worked out, as far as I know, just fine.
Good.
They are able to golf after 12 o'clock, and if they would like to purchase an unlimited season pass, that is an option as well.
Thank you. That's good.
Anything from our Zoomed-in members?
Council President,
Mr. Pollard?
Zach, this is Mike Pollard, and I'm very happy to hear what you said about junior golf, that we're getting more younger players. But I remember Brent talked about a long time ago trying to do something to bring their parents in, and he specifically talked about doing dinners or things to bring the parents down to the golf course. Is there anything happening with that?
Mr. President, Mr. Pollard, as Jerem mentioned, the junior golf program is heavily reliant on parental support, and parents are asked to scorekeep, parents are asked to be a part of the program, to be there with their youth. And there are dinners, there are other activities. One year we had a party in the swimming pool to celebrate the end of the golf season. So parental support, getting families involved in golf is definitely an important part of the Caldwell Junior Golf Program.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Appreciate the update very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next next on our list is a presentation by, Rob Oates for the airport restaurant.
Good evening, Mr. Council President, City Council, visitors. My name is Rob Oates. I'm your airport manager. I work at 4814 East Linden, Caldwell, at the Caldwell Industrial Airport. I'm here to speak to special presentation number 2, update from city staff regarding the Caldwell Industrial Airport. The information I'm sharing with you tonight was provided to over 650 airport stakeholders in the May edition of our airport newsletter this past Thursday. This is the exact text that we shared with the airport community. In the mid-70s, Caldwell Municipal Airport moved from its location northwest of the city center near Kit Manufacturing to the current location southeast of town. For nearly 50 years, the old farmhouse at 4601 Aviation Way has served our airport in a variety of capacities. For an unknown number of years, it stood as a farmhouse before becoming part of the airport. In the past couple of decades, the city has spent a lot of money keeping the airport building safe and usable, while it's been serving as a host for the airport cafe and a number of offices. Those costs show no sign of letting up. Given its age and ongoing expense of maintaining the building, the city is considering possible redevelopment options for the large parcel upon which that building sits. The location of the hot ramp and the tie-down areas, as well as the fact that it's roughly in the center of the existing airport, support the idea that that parcel is an ideal location for a large commercial hangar or hangars and fixed base operator business that could be the capstone of the development on the general aviation side of our airport. Several parties have expressed interest in building one or more new hangar buildings on that site. Our airport commission is considering a draft RFP, or request for proposal, that will spell out what is required in a new development proposal. The current draft of the RFP includes a restaurant space on the second floor with a seating area and possibly outside deck seating, all facing the runway/apron area, so that patrons of all ages can safely observe aircraft operations. Nothing specific has happened so far except discussion, but I do believe that some version of this redevelopment plan is in the best interest of our airport and our community. Should we decide to move forward with a request for proposal and subsequent redevelopment, then is the time that current tenants of the building would receive official notification of a change in compliance with their lease agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Oates?
Mr. President?
Mr. Wagner?
And you kind of touched on this, Robin, I appreciate that, the timeframe, it sounds like this is still several months, not even a year or two out. This is the very beginning stage of looking at this, and so really before anything firm happens, like this building gets torn, everything like that, it's still several months out. Is that a correct assumption?
Councilman Wagner, absolutely yes. We are, as we've reported previously to the council, we are reaching the end of development opportunities on that existing side of our airport. So, this proposal, or possible proposal that I've described in this presentation tonight, is a view of how we might move forward to change the way we utilize this space, and you can see it on the display, or maybe it's in front of me now. This represents an artist's conception of how we might reuse this space. But your question is absolutely correct. It will take time, in that we are in uncharted territory. This is a much different situation than elsewhere in the hangar area where we're building new hangars on unbuilt ground. So this does involve existing tenants. We have a building there, and we have competing interests who are interested in possibly proposing development. So we'll have to come up with a way to analyze those proposals and then to figure out which of them would be in the best interest of the community. My best guess is that our process would include a a first review at the airport commission, followed by recommendations, one or two of the top proposals to city council, for review. And absolutely, the process will take time. I'm sorry, that was a very long answer to a very short question.
Thank you. Is there any other questions for Mr. Rhodes? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, I know there's a number of people in the audience that have a big interest in this particular item. So we're clear, this is not a hearing of any kind, this is not a decision-making opportunity of any kind. However, you were here last time and did not get a chance to express yourself completely. If a few of you would like to come up and say something in regards to this, now would be the time you'd be welcome to do that if you would like. If not, we'll keep moving forward, but I wanted to give you that opportunity.
Hello, my name is Becky Albrecht, and I own and operate out of the old terminal building. So I still have not been proven the numbers, as far as expenses. I have been given a spreadsheet, and I've actually been copied for each one of you. So the front page is the petition that I started, and then the chart on the back. So as I said last time, I put in for the public record request, and I only received the power bills and a sprinkler bill, when, I've also found out that our power that is hooked up to that terminal building is also ran with last I heard, with 17 other hangers on the same meter. So I don't know if that number is included in that power bill that they have, put together. So, as far as the newsletter, I could tell you, myself and my husband have replaced 2 bathroom floors. We have replaced a back storage, area flooring. We have also done painting in main bathrooms. In the past, I have asked Rob and Kathy, that is now retired, to basically take care of these floors that are starting to rot out. In fact, the last floor that was replaced was when Kurt Hawkins was our airport manager, and we had a health inspection, and it was to the point, our health inspector wrote it up as a critical item, because there literally was a hole in our floor. So as far as spending tons and tons of money, to upkeep and make our building useful, I do not agree with that. In fact, whenever, I went to Rob about the flooring, I was told, because my husband is a flooring installer, he's a contractor, and I told them that, if the city purchases the flooring, my husband would be willing to do it for free. And I was kind of laughed at, and nothing was ever fixed. So, I can also say another thing, as far as my parking situation. In the past, I have gone to airport management about, the number of cars that are coming from the school into our parking lot. And our customers know how small our building is, so it started to affect our business, because people weren't stopping, because our parking lot is now full. So when I went to airport management about this, I don't know if Rob actually talked to Catherine. I personally talked to Catherine. Nothing was actually done until recently, when, one of their instructors finally went to their chief instructor. And in fact, the secretary at that time, when I made the phone call, told me that it's like asking your father for allowance. It's not a good time, but you really want to do it. I was also told, after being told, about the building and my meeting with Rob, that Catherine, from Silverhawk has already brought him a proposal. To me, I feel that nobody should have been able to bring in a proposal or had that opportunity without mentioning it to city council or airport commission, so other people would have the opportunity, even like myself, to have the opportunity to build on that property. Kelly was our airport secretary. She's the one that sent us to Stacy Budell through email. I didn't receive the email, so I asked Kim about this. And she later came over and talked to me and told me that she had to be real careful about what she said in her emails through the city because they are monitored. So she said that this was discussed in a meeting, and she brought it to their attention that they need to bring it to our attention because we aren't attended. And at the time, I expressed to Kim how, you know, my family has been there for 30 years, and we love our business, and it's growing, and I was told, welcome to Walmart.
Well, as I said, Becky, this is information for us, and the reason we put it on the calendar is because, as you heard the last time we were here, some of the council members had not heard this information. So
And I had also, I went to Airport Commission, the last meeting, which was last week, I believe, and nobody even had heard about it then. And I was, approached by a council member and asked to basically show him my building and show him my lease. My lease is actually my grandma's original lease because they've never offered me a lease until this all got brought about. But in the original lease, it states in there that, you know, if the new terminal were to be built, a cafe were to be incorporated. And if that could not happen, then the city would then, you know, have to find us a singular spot and and structure us something that is about the same size.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have questions for Becky real quick? Thank you, Becky, appreciate it.
Mr. Council President,
Yes.
it can happen now or later. At some point, I need to address the council on this as well.
Do you have information on what we're discussing here?
Yes, sir.
If you could briefly do it right now, it'd be great, Bruce.
Okay. There's two separate issues at hand here, really. One of them is Becky's lease. She mentions, Becky and I met with Rob together for several hours to explore options. And I think that probably this is really a miscommunication in part because I think it came across to Becky as, hey, this is happening and you're getting the, wall. But there's also an issue with the lease. And she mentioned she hasn't been offered a new lease, and that is because while we made computations of what a new lease should be, we didn't want to impose that on Becky without, it needs to be higher. The lease isn't high enough. And we didn't want to impose that on Becky without giving her notice of it and a lot of time to respond. In terms of the cafe, it is true that the new terminal building, it was built with several, what's referred to as additional items or add items. Did add alternate items, sorry for the whole shebang there, but with the hope that we would be able to build cafe space there. The conference room space, the large conference room space is actually got an occupancy classification on the plans. It's appropriate for both assembly and a restaurant. And I've designed several buildings, so I'm well aware of those classifications. There's stubs to that side of the building meant to accommodate a kitchen in the future. And dining was meant to be accommodated there with a view of the runway. And so we talked to Becky about what options might be there. The situation we do find ourselves in, and of course Becky would be welcome to put a request or a proposal in. If we make a request for proposals, that's everyone's right and anyone's right to do that. And Rob did get an expression of interest. I don't know that he's received a proposal, and you really can't stop people from sending you something, but we're gonna have to go through a process, as Rob characterized. We're gonna have to move forward with something like this. We've got to go forward with a proposal system, and because we have an obvious level of interest from multiple people, then that's got to be vetted in an open way that anyone can apply for. And so our hope was that this would give Becky plenty of opportunity to consider, okay, what do I need to do so that my business can be safe? This is going to take a long time, you know, to go through a request for proposals. Usually leave it vetted for several months. And so, unfortunately, this is very stressful for her, and we appreciate that. I also think it's pretty awesome that a lot of people have come here to support her tonight. It's great. And the airport cafe is a big deal. Having a cafe at the airport, particularly Becky and her grandmother have made relationships with the airport community for years, and the community at large. And so that's, you know, I hope that means that she'll have strong chances in what we do here. Rob and I did talk to her about, you know, whether, even the idea of setting up a food truck to act as the kitchen and using the large conference room for dining. What we have to do though is, we do have to treat everyone the same, and so we're gonna have to vet this in a way that doesn't preclude someone, and we'll have to consult with the city attorney's office to make sure that we're doing that right. But we are interested for her to have an opportunity to continue her business, and we wanted her to have a heads up on this. So, that, I wanna validate, I don't think that erases for her the stress of knowing that this is being contemplated, you know, and that her situation could change. But anyway, I just needed the council to be aware of those facts.
So, and just to be clear, Mr. Horton, none of this process has started yet, correct?
Correct, right. Yep, Rob has asked our airport engineer to put this together really for the occasion.
Thank you, Brent. All right. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. Was there somebody besides Becky that intended to speak?
Hi, good evening. I'm Catherine Weber. I'm the owner and operator of Silver Hawk Aviation Academy. We're the flight school right beside Becky. I've been there since 1998. And so I've seen a lot of changes, and about a year ago, I had just talked to Rob, because I had heard that the city was thinking about, the Caldwell, the cafe wasn't earning enough to make them ends meet, and that the city was investing in it, and I just said to him that I would like a chance, if they're going to put up a new building, to be on that possibly, if I was picked. And so it wasn't ever to take away from Becky, it was that if they were going to take down the building and put up a new building, I'm right beside it, and I know that, I said that a new cafe, I'd put a restaurant on the top, if I were given the opportunity, and then office buildings on the bottom, and then probably a hang on the side, but it'd be mainly office buildings and a new restaurant. And then kind of a state of the art for, the pilot lounge. Right now, there's not a pilot lounge on the general aviation side, which is hard because I have the fuel center, so a lot of them are looking for somewhere to go get weather briefings and things like that. So they come over to my building, but my building is really set up for the flight school. And so I thought if they are gonna put in a new building, that, I'd just like to have the opportunity to be one of the investors. I'm a native, Idahoan, and so I thought, I've been there for a long time, so I thought that would be a good idea. And Becky did call me, because I can see her concern, and I told her that for me, it would be the people that are in that building should be given the first opportunity to be, like, if she wanted to run the restaurant. I don't wanna have anything to do with the restaurant, I have a flight school. But, of course, the lease would have to be more, because it's gonna be probably $1.5 million to $2 million building, and I know they haven't had the rent raised for 30 years, and so there's no way that I would be able to have the rent the same. But I was told that they're gonna put it out for bid anyway, that I might not even have the opportunity to be a part of it, and I just wanna let you know, I was never trying to come in and say, let's take down the building. I just thought if the city decides to do that and put in a new one, then I would like to be given the opportunity to put in a really nice, two-story building with restaurant on the top and to do that, so.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Swanson?
Mr. President, my name's Greg Swanson. I have a hangar at the airport. And, I've been going to the airport cafe for about 24 years, probably attending airport commission meetings for 10 to 12 years, and been on the commission 4 or 5 years. I just resigned. Part of it is what's going on here, part of the reason for resignation from the airport commission. All these things that we're hearing are pieces. The biggest problem right here is transparency. A year ago, Silver Hawk was making a proposal. Just a few weeks ago or months ago, all of a sudden, Becky's restaurant is being rumored to be taken over. What we need to have is an examination of what's going on at the airport and transparency. Irrespective of what happens and how leases take place, we've gotta have transparency. So I urge the council to look at how leases are being handled. The airport commission is deemed by ordinance to review all leases. The airport commission was not consulted on proposals. I suppose once the lease is ready to go, then I suppose the council or the commission may, begin reviewing those. But at this point, I would just urge the council to make sure that there's transparency in going forward with all leases at the Caldwell Airport. Not wait until 2 or 3 things are already in blueprint and then tell the other tenants of what's gonna happen. And so that's just a comment from practicing law for 30-some years, that there are things happening that just really need to have the light of day. Thank you.
Well, I'm on the airport commission as well, and as you know and I know, none of this is anything farther than a discussion, correct?
That's what, but a discussion just pops up, and yet there's already blueprints being drawn, there's already design proposals happening. So those types of things, all of a sudden then create this tension point. And so, just these proposals taking place, but if there's a proposal a year ago, and then all of a sudden we just roll right into, all of a sudden, the restaurant doesn't even know that there's, this movement to remove them, leases being canceled, leases not being renewed. That's what I'm talking about, transparency. There just needs to be communication with all parties, as any good government will have.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Sir, I think that, you know, the city has to be planning, and that's all they're in right now, is a phase of planning. You know, they haven't made any decisions. We haven't, as far as I know, there is no blueprints being drawn up. There was an artist rendition, but that's all. This is what it could look like. But, you know, transparency, I think that we maintain a pretty good transparency. This process here is looking at a building that's been there for 50 years that evidently is having some health problems, not due to the occupants, but just because it's old. And this process just takes time. And as they move forward and when decisions are made, they will let everybody know.
Well, Mr. Councilman, I understand that, but I've been attending commission meetings probably more than any other, airport commission member for many years. And these things just don't get the light of day in the airport commission. Now, I know it's an advisory body, but at that point, when these types of things are happening, we've had leases and ground leases that we didn't even know were taking place. And so, yes, we understand it takes planning. It takes a lot of planning to put a new development in, new hangars, new commercial buildings. But when all of a sudden it happens and no one knows that it's happening, I understand there's some business confidentiality that has to take place occasionally. But when we're getting to this point of putting people out of their business, at some point there needs to be, you know, I'm first hearing the request for proposals. That's the very first I've heard of it in the newsletter. I've never heard of it in the airport commission meetings. Request for proposals, that opens up public knowledge, allows people to come in and compete, to discuss.
There is no request for proposal yet. That the statement was that would have to be a step that is made before we go further. So it takes all these steps. The city works with very small steps and we move forward at a very slow pace.
But if you don't even know that this is available and coming available, how can you make a request for proposal when someone else is already in the process of developing their business plan? In other words, if a lot of tent hangars opens up, what we've seen is someone goes in there and applies for the leases on those hangars. No one even knew that those hangar lots were open up. This has been historical also. And so that's what I'm saying, is when you say a request for proposal, yes, I understand there's gotta be something to happen. Some property going to be opened up, but at this point, I don't think anybody realized that this particular parcel, when we're talking about that cafe area, was going to be opened up for commercial development. So you have one or two people that may know about it, they're the ones that are building a business plan, they're the ones that are first in line. The rest of the community doesn't know about it. The cafe owner doesn't even know about it. That's what I'm concerned about, that's what I'm addressing. Not the slow incremental pace that the city has to go at once that process starts.
All right, thank you, appreciate it. All right, I think we've heard what we're gonna hear on this subject. I appreciate you guys coming in, and, I hope it's very clear that, you know, there's discussions for request for proposal and all that stuff. None of that is started by a long shot. None of that is even in the works. So, anyway, thank you very much for coming in, I appreciate it. All right, audience participation in subjects not on the calendar. Anybody wants to discuss anything or subject that is not on the calendar? All right, moving on to the consent calendar. I'll accept a motion to approve this consent calendar.
Mr. President,
Mr. Fowler,
I move that we approve the consent calendar as printed.
moved by, Councilman Pollard, seconded by Councilman Wagner. Clerk, call the roll, please.
Pollard,
Yes.
Wagner,
Yes.
Hopper,
Yes.
Almond.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, we are now moving on to old business, action item number 1. This is a public hearing quasi judicial, TE 21-000001. This is a continued hearing from the last council meeting and the council meeting before that. A request by Kent Brown on behalf of Open Door Rentals for a 12-month time extension of a preliminary plat for the Cedar subdivision. The preliminary plat development was originally approved for 414 residential lots and 15 common lots in an R1 low-density residential area. Zone on 117 acres. In 2040, the comprehensive plan was designated low-density residential. The development was located on the southwest corner of Homedale Road and Flora Avenue, at the southeast corner of Moss Lane and Indiana Avenue in Caldwell. Ms. Root, you're up first, I understand?
President Allgood.
Yes, sir.
Hi, President Allgood, City Council. Just a quick note, Councilman Pollard, I apologize, I sent you an email here just a few minutes ago. I apologize I didn't get to you sooner. Councilman Pollard, it's my understanding that you were not present at the original, evening where there was a hearing on this matter. And so, my advice would be that, unfortunately, you have to sit this one out and, not participate. But anyway, appreciate your cooperation, sorry about that.
Council President,
Yes, sir.
I will abstain from voting on this issue.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Councilman Pollard.
Ms. Root, go ahead.
Thank you, Council President. Debbie Root, Senior Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. I have previously been sworn. At the, last hearing on May 3rd, I was asked to, provide an update to the council with regards to whether or not I had time to, review a, revised preliminary plat, basically a new preliminary plat that, the applicant would provide to me, after that hearing on May 3rd. That new preliminary plat with adjusted lot sizes and, easements and open space was provided to me on Wednesday, May 5th. I was out of the office from Wednesday, May 5th at noon till, May 10th, so Monday, May 10th, and returned on Tuesday. On Tuesday, I provided that, preliminary plat to engineering for review also. At this time, staff, planning and zoning staff, and the engineering staff has not had the opportunity to review that new revised preliminary plat. But what is before you is a time extension for the preliminary plat that was approved in 2002. Staff, remains steadfast in that, we support the completion of phase 2 of this plat because the infrastructure is in the ground, and it is not in the interest of the city or the applicant to, require that infrastructure be removed or reconfigured to, accommodate 8,000 square foot lots. We do support council placing a condition to put the, irrigation drainage easement in a common lot so that the purchasers of those lots are not purchasing the easement. But, for the criteria for time extension, this plat has been significantly modified. It is a new plat. It is not the preliminary plat that was approved in 2002. The, staff and the surrounding property owners deserve the opportunity for this plat to be reviewed and go through the hearing process as a new preliminary plat. And therefore, staff is recommending that this council, approve the time extension for phase 2 only, and that, no other phases are to be constructed, and that a new preliminary plat be, new preliminary plat application be submitted for, full review by all of the hearing bodies and the city staff with regards to the new applicable code, and I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Root?
Sorry. So again, one question is probably is timeline, and I'm not sure where, I know that you guys are busy in lots of applications, so just kind of for an idea of, if somebody were to submit a preliminary plan application, let's say tomorrow, I know they probably need to do neighborhood meeting, whatever, let's just say tomorrow, would, again, I know this is an estimate, you can't give me exact, but would it be like a 2 months, 6 months, what's the time frame now to get to P&Z and then to get to city council?
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. The completeness of the application and the adherence to the code is what, is, providing for a reduced timeline, basically. The applicants have made an effort to, revise this plat currently to meet some current standards, and also some, comments from the engineering department regarding the access locations and that type of, compliance with the current city code. Our calendar is full through June, so, you know, we are talking sometime in the summer, late summer, you know, possibly to make it through, to the, Planning and Zoning Commission. But again, it's the completeness of the application. If we can get the review done without having to send back for multiple revisions, both on the engineering side and the, planning side, then that's going to go a little quicker for us.
So just follow up on that, Council President. So it sounds like, again, this isn't a perfect world, that perfect little vacuum, and things can change. Possible July, P and Z, maybe August City Council, and if everything went. And again, I know that's just,
Yeah, and I'm not gonna commit to that, but it could be, yes. I mean, it's pretty much about, I would say, you know, from the time they make application, if everything is really great, the submittal is complete and all, we could get to the first hearing in 6 to 8 weeks, depends on how it falls on the calendar for notification. And then, you know, 30 days following to the council.
Any other questions for Ms. Rule? Thank you. Mr. Waterman.
Council President, Council, my name is Douglas Waterman, address is 224 West Dewey Avenue, Nip, Idaho, and I was sworn in, a couple times, so. I just wanted to follow up and, reiterate and affirm what we heard from, Ms. Root. At this point, based on conversations with planning and zoning and engineering, the proposed plat that was submitted on the 5th is essentially a new plat. And so, if the question being presented to council here, is whether or not a prior preliminary plat can be extended, it would appear that what is being proposed at this point, would not be, reasonably quantified as an extension. Now, that being said, council still retains the authority, as they've had at the prior meeting, to approve the extension, for all phases as originally presented, or as presented at the second meeting. But, I would not advise, based on the code, the council approve the extension with what was presented on the 5th, based on, again, our conversations with P and Z and engineering. So the options council has right now are to deny the extension, approve the extension for phase 2, but not allow the extension for the remainder of the, parcels, or to approve the extension for, all phases, based on one of the prior iterations that we saw. But again, based on this conversation with staff, what we're looking at tonight is essentially a plat, so.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Waterman?
Mr. Waterman, can we approve the other extensions? We haven't even seen a drawing yet.
So, President Holloway, Councilman Carlton, if you were to approve all of the, phases from here all through the entire plat, those would be approvals of the plat that was originally approved. So it met standard in 2002 with some minor modifications to adjust the lot lines to match easements.
Gotcha.
So we do have those drawings from 2002, and we have what was submitted on the 5th with, cursory review by staff, but wonderful review.
Other questions for Mr. Waterman?
Mr. Council President, John McGee.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you. You know, and Mr. Waterman, we've had this on the agenda now, 2 or 3 times, and in the past, I've been supportive of granting extension. The thing that concerns me at this point is, some of the phraseology that you just used, and to paraphrase, saying that you don't support, and that your advice is not to approve full, time extension. I just want to make sure I understand that correctly. Is that right, Mr. Waterman?
Council President, all good. Councilman McGee, I am officially ambivalent about the approval of the original plat extension, as originally proposed. The questions before council are, of course, whether or not that original plat as presented is still in the best interest of the city, and there haven't been big code changes. So, if council were to approve the time extension for the plat as originally approved in 2002, or as updated at the first couple meetings we had on this, I think that would be within council's authority under the code. The thing I would caution council against is approving what was presented on the 5th, which is this, a new modified plat. My understanding is entrance points have changed, lot lines are substantially adjusted. I would have concerns about whether or not the public had really received notice about what is being presented. But again, it's within council authority, if council says, you know, this whole project as originally presented, as was presented in 2002 and as it was, revived and extended, we're okay with the whole project going forward. I think that is within council's purview to say the facts are such that that is appropriate, so, hopefully that is clearer.
Yeah, that makes sense, thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes, go ahead, Rob.
it's just, it seems to me that there's substantial changes in the later phases. We know that they invested in phase two, and I think that it's probably, would not be a good idea for us to, not allow phase two to go on. But I also believe that they won't get to phase three from a construction perspective this year anyway. So, going through the application process for the remaining phases and getting them to current standards and getting the design that they want and that they've proposed, won't hinder their construction efforts. They'll still be able to complete phase two in the next couple of years. So, to me, the prudent thing to do is to do exactly that, is to go ahead and allow the extension on phase two with the conditions of the easement, and move on to, a new proposal for how they want to build out the remaining phases.
And President Allgood, Councilman Hopper, I would, just say that I think we're still, I would want to make sure the applicant had an opportunity to hop up here and make a case before we enter sort of the discussion phase.
Oh, sure, I'm not necessarily pulling for a decision at this point. I just was putting that out there.
Sounds good.
Thank you. All right, Kent Brown, long time no see.
For the record, Kent Brown, 3161 East Springwood, and I have been sworn in previously. The changes that we made for that May 5th version were the comments that were made by engineering. And the changes of those lot sizes to the R1 that the council was looking for. The street configuration, so everything that is on,
Okay, you need a special one for that
I
screen.
need a special thing. Okay.
We need more blinding ones.
So the Dixie drain runs here, and everything that is on the west side of the Dixie drain, we changed those lot sizes to meet that 8,000 square foot. And so that reduced the lot, but the street configuration is all the same. And part of the reason that we didn't mess with that is that we do have plans in for approval on phases 3 and 4, which would complete everything in this northern portion up here. We've moved back and forth with different comments from engineering on whether there was a need for a turning lane or so forth on this entrance off of Ward. The comments that were made by engineering here was that instead of 2 entrance points on the Ward and 2 entrance points on to Indiana, that we have a singular one, and that, again, that the lot sizes meet that R1 standard. Those are the changes that we've made to the plat. We haven't wholesale moved streets or anything. What's kind of interesting is that in our very first phase, we were asked to, as an engineering comment, to move away from an entrance that we had here onto Florida to put an entrance out onto, that's Homedale, right? And so that was the change that we made to that plat. As we've been made aware of changes, and most of that's come in this time extension process, we've made those changes. the changes from an engineering standpoint, we've always done. When, sent out as a part of doing a time extension, I'm asked to send notice to everyone within 300 feet. I sent over 110, applications out. I had, two people, from inside, the new phase one, the recent residents that have been there less than 3 or 4 months, and they asked a few questions. There was a neighbor across the street across from Homedale that called me, but other than that, I didn't have anybody else ask any questions about what we're doing. I don't know how that makes us substantially not in compliance when we didn't move the street, other than the requests that are made by engineering. Specifically in that northern piece, we think we're fairly close in having phases 3, or at least phase 3, approved with the construction plan. And I appreciate your patience. I mean, this request, but being on this side, you know, we kind of bounce back and forth as to what we're trying, and we're trying to follow that ball and know what we're being asked to do. Because every time I make the slightest change, I'm being told by planning department that I'm making it not in compliance with what was done in 2002. And, you know, I've heard comments that, you know, we've been out there forever. Well, the plat technically expired. The city council had adopted an ordinance that allowed these to be reinstated. And so when we were reinstated, I believe it was 2017, I think it was 2017, 2 years after you, what I called, created a resurrection, clause in your ordinance for these preliminary plats. We've only made changes as we understood them from staff, and we've been trying to do that. I think it's very optimistic to think that we would be at city council with a preliminary plat, in August. Even just taking a time extension forward is taking us like 3 months to get to a hearing body, so, and I know that you're always, I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Brown? Just so I'm clear, for the evidence list, did we see this last time, or is this new?
Council President Hogan, my understanding is the one on the right is the one that was presented on the 5th.
Is that correct, Mr. Brown?
That's correct. The one that's on the right is the one, the 05, yeah.
Okay, so this is new to our evidence list. The one on the right is new to our evidence list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Confirming no questions for Mr. Brown? Thank you, sir. Sean Brownlee?
Sean's not here.
He's not here? Okay, thank you. That was all in favor. We have one in neutral, that would be Tyler Hand. Is he here?
He's the one that wanted the Hawk.
Okay, thank you. And there is nobody in opposition. Okay.
We can close the public hearing portion.
Absolutely, I'm just waiting for any further comment. We're good? Okay. Thank you, Councilman Colton. I'll accept the motion to accept and close the public hearing.
Second.
I don't have a mover first yet. I need
Oh,
someone.
I apologize.
Yeah, Councilman Pollard, you can't move on this one, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so, move to close the public hearing by Councilman Wagner, I need a second. Public testimony, yeah.
Second.
Second by Councilman McGee. All in favor, or do I have to call roll? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Public testimony portion of this hearing is closed. All right, the evidence list, Mr. Waterman. I have the staff report, sign-up sheets, preliminary plat, aerial of TE 200001, a new plat map that we saw at the last hearing, and then a new plat map that we saw at this hearing.
Councilman, or President Algo, that sounds correct, and under that staff report, of course, there were staff reports at all three meetings, and I assume you are including all three staff reports in that.
Yes, thank you. Motion to accept the evidence list?
Move to approve the evidence list as presented.
Moved by Councilman Carlson, second by Councilman Wagner. Thank you. Findings of fact?
We need to vote on it.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Councilman. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Now, ma'am, report. Am I good? Thank you. Findings of fact.
Mr. President,
Mr. Carlson.
the Caldwell City Council accepts the general facts outlined in the staff report, public testimony, and evidence list approved through a previous motion.
Thank you. Second? Second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Conclusions of law.
Mr. President, the Caldwell City Council has the authority to hear this request and order that it be approved or denied. The public notice requirements were met and the hearing was held and conducted under the requirements of Idaho Code and city ordinance.
Moved by Councilman Carlson. Second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Order of decision.
Mr. President, based on the finding of facts and conclusion of law, the Caldwell City Council hereby orders that case number ET 21000001, request by Trilogy, Idaho for a 12-month time extension of the preliminary approval of the Cedar Rapids is approved for phase 2 only, and all other phases will need to go for reapproval.
All of the phases will have to be replatted,
They'll have to be reheard.
Councilman, you indicated Cedar Rapids, and this is the Cedars preliminary plat.
Excuse me, you're right, Cedar subdivision.
Okay, so I'm just making sure we all understand this right. Phase 1 and 2 are approved.
Yes.
3 and on will have to go back for a completing process.
Right.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
just want to clarify, does the motioner intend to include the, other conditions that staff mentioned, the, lot line adjustments for the easements?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hopper. I am to include all the, conditions that's on the staff report.
I will second that motion.
Council, I'm not sure that condition that the, easement, or the canal easements be placed in a common lot is actually on the staff report, so it would be good to include that is a condition of that.
Would you rephrase that?
For phase 2, lots that are, adjacent to the canal drainage, that the easement be placed in a common lot.
I agree.
Okay,
Mayor, I think we have to have the seconder.
yes.
Yes, that's the clarification I was trying to make. I know that's not in the staff report, so I wanna make sure that's on the record.
Thank you.
And I forget, if I could just ask a quick question, Ms. Root, you, had one other condition I thought that, it may not apply to Cedars too, maybe it applies to the other ones.
Councilman Hopper, she was in a different conversation.
Ah, okay. Is she back?
She's just looking for something right at the minute.
Okay,
Just a second, Councilman Hopper.
no worries.
Councilman Hopper, thank you. Brent is gonna pull up the staff report so we can verify what conditions and how they're stated in the, on the staff report at this point. Mr. Brown indicated that, you only want that condition, not other conditions that were stated in there, so we need to verify what's on there.
Okay, we are closed to public testimony, so unless we've got something included, unless it's something that's already included, we're not adding anything. Are we up to speed on that?
We are only looking for the terminology in that phase that is in the staff report.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Council President?
Yes.
So I do have those conditions right here. Oh, there you go, you got them up. So 6.2 may not be relevant, because I believe that would be more if the other phases were included, because we're on to the final plat for phase 2, but the other 3 should be pretty standard. Is that, do you agree with that, Ms. Root?
Correct. So, for the May 3rd hearing, the applicant provided a revised plat showing the easement for phase 2 in a common lot, which is what was discussed at the April hearing, and that would suffice to revise the construction drawings and, final plat for phase 2.
Okay, Counselor, are you clear on where we're at now? So those.
I'm clear, yes.
Okay, so we have those 3 things right there, plus the common law.
Yeah, so not to put words in Mr. Carlson's mouth, but I would say that, yes, the motion would include the conditions in the staff report with the exception of 6.2, but also include the condition to make sure that even though I think it was represented in the last hearing, that we just explicitly put that condition in, that the easements be in a common lot.
Yes. Mr. Carlson, are you good with that? I'm good.
Second is good.
Okay, the clerk is going to read back the motion to make sure we have it correct.
Moved by Carlson, second by Hopper. Based on the findings of facts and conclusions of law, the Colville City Council hereby orders the case number PE 210001, a request by Trilogy, Idaho for a 12-month time extension of the preliminary plat approval of the Cedar subdivision is approved for phases 1 and 2 only, with additional phases to be submitted under a new application process, approving the conditions outlined within the staff report with the exception of item number 6.2 and the addition of lots within phase 2 adjacent to the canal to be placed within the easement in a common lot. Is
That's exactly what I said.
Are you good with that, Councilman Hopper?
Yes, I am.
Will you call the roll, please?
Can we have a discussion, just a quick discussion, is that all right? I'll be quick, I promise, Council President. I wanted to wait till after the second, then I have to wait till the motion's done. And I'll be quick, I just want to explain just a little bit. I am gonna support that motion. I actually, to be honest, would not mind just approving it as is. You know, I see, and I know that the zoning shows different, but I see medium density residential to the west, I see medium density residential to the east, I see medium density residential to the south, so I see this entire project surrounded by medium density, even though a lot of it is R1. The actual homes that are there, so in my opinion, it's surrounded by that, so it would fit in as an R2, as what was originally platted and moving forward. I know that I think I'm the lone ship sailing that course at this time, and so, I'm gonna defer to our good attorney, that if that isn't gonna work, the middle ground probably is not appropriate, so I'll defer to him on that, which puts us to the condition as was so eloquently stated by Councilman Colton / Debbie Geyer, so that's all I have to say, Mr. President.
Thank you. Ms. Geyer, will you call the roll?
Carlson?
Yes.
Wagner?
Yes.
Hopper?
Yes.
McGee?
Councilman McGee, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. My vote is yes.
Thank you. All right, I accept the motion to close this public hearing. Moved by Councilman Colson, second by Councilman McGee. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right. Moving on. New business. Action item number 1, public hearing quasi judicial. This is case number PUD 21P-01, a request by Gary McAllister of CLJ Holdings for a planned unit development infill in a preliminary plat for Oregon Commons, a single-family residential unit in an R1 low-density residential zone on parcels R354-23000, R354-04000, and R354-01000, containing 1.6 acres. The proposed development consists of 9 single-family lots and 1 common lot with an overall density of 4.6 units per acre. The subject property is located 480 feet north of the intersection of Ash Street and Oregon, Idaho. I declare this meeting open, and Ms. Root will present. Before we get started here, for items number 1, 2, 4, and 6, if you intend on testifying for any of those hearings, you need to be sworn in. If you would rise, the clerk will swear you in.
Stand and raise your right hand if you plan to provide any public testimony. Do you swear affirm the testimony you provide this evening is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Ruth.
Thank you, Council President and council members. Debbie Root, Senior Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard, and I have been sworn. Today, we are here to discuss a planned unit development request by Gary McAllister on behalf of CLJ Holdings for an infill development on approximately 4.68 acres. The proposal is for 9 single-family lots and 1 common lot with, or not 4.6 acres, 1.86 acres, with an overall density of 4.68 acres, which the planned unit development allows for in the R1 zone. So the current zoning of this property is R1, low-density residential. The acreage is 1.86 acres. The proposed density is 4.8 units, which a PUD in the R1 zone allows for up to 6 units per acre, and so they're well under that 6 units per acre. And, the average lot size for this development is 6.776 acres. The lots range in size from 8,800 square feet to 5,400 square feet. The developer is asking that, the, required additional amenities for a PUD be waived. As this is only 1.86 acres, it qualifies under the infill development. The applicant has provided a preliminary plat for this development at the end of Oregon Street. Because this, this property lies at the end of an essentially dead-end public street, the city engineering department requested that, the cul-de-sac will be added to the property. It will not continue on through the adjacent church, land. There was no, indication that the church was, intending to develop or even wanted that street connection for that property. The developer is proposing single-family units on each of these, lots with, the homes being, essentially, similar in appearance to other residential lots and peaked roofs and you know, frontages, cottage-style type housing on these 6,000 square foot lots for this infill development. Staff finds that this proposal is in compliance with the code for what's allowed for infill, and that this development is providing for good residential development at the end of the street and providing the frontage requirements and improvements that are requested by engineering. And I'll stand for questions.
Questions, Commissioner?
Mr. Council President, I know I have some, trying to gather myself. I'm trying to find the plat again. 'Cause at first, I'm looking at this, I thought there were townhomes, that were joined, but obviously they're not. So they are asking for, I think it's 3 feet, is that correct? Setbacks on the side, that way they look so close.
I believe that is correct, that's the minimum that, the building code and fire code allows for separation for those, near lot line, setbacks, and which is requested in the application and allowed for in the PUD if the council so chooses to allow that. What that does is provide for, yard access. Each of these lots have rear yard and as much side yard, provided, in this development plan. There have been some adjustments to provide for the street landscape buffer around the cul-de-sac and those kind of things to ensure that the setback, was complied with around the street and that, so.
Follow-up, and this may be more for the applicant, because it appears they have plenty of room to move those buildings to meet a typical setback. Do you know why? I know for lot 1, definitely, lot 6, lot 7, so it's not like they're trying to avoid, you know what I mean? So why not just center that building a little more to get your 5-foot setback rather than try to squish it right up next to it? Do you know why, or?
Yeah, that would be for the applicant. I think they were trying, you know, in my conversations with them, it was, you know, and it's gone through several iterations as we've gone through the revision processes it was to provide the most open space, interrupted. I mean, 6 feet on each side of the house doesn't allow for, other things like a patio or a, play area or things like that. 6 feet is fairly unusable.
And just one last question, Mr. President. Lot 11, looking at the, Oregon Commons program, does not show a home on there, but that would be a buildable lot also, correct, for a residential home?
The single-family lot that is adjacent to Idaho Street, is that where you're talking the square
Lot
one?
11, right there.
Yes, it would be just a single-family lot meeting the R1 code and taking access to Idaho Street.
Okay, any further questions from Ms. Root? Thank you. Okay, I don't have anybody signed up in favor of this project. Mr. McAllister?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, he signed it.
Member of the council, I thought we'll display it, kind of show what the house is and setback and stuff like that. President Member Council, Jerry McAllister, 2115 East Bushing Street, Meridian, Idaho.
Council President, all good?
Yeah.
Real quickly, sorry, I apologize just for interrupting. Do we have is your name on the sign-in sheet?
Yes.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Just for the record, he signed up under neutral, not as in favor.
Okay.
But there is nobody signed up in favor, so.
Yeah.
Well, not that.
His name will be part of the record, it's on the sign-in sheet. If he ends up, as he gets into it, deciding he's more favorable than he thought he was when he signed up, that'll be okay.
Okay, and sir, I need your name, address, and, state whether or not you've been sworn, please.
Jerry McAllister, 2115 East Bowstring Street, Meridian, Idaho, or Center Swamp.
Thank you, go ahead.
We think this is a really nice landfill, area. I'll answer the question about the 3-foot setbacks. We wanted to have the architectural style of the houses, so that's why we set them back, and we also set it back when they had a nice side yard to do things with it, and landscape and like that. That was for the 3-foot. We think, average lot size is about, 7,600 square feet. Some of the lots are smaller, some are larger. We think this really provides a nice little infill project for people who don't want a large yard, have to maintain all that, the yard and everything like that. We also think that this cul-de-sac is real important for the street. It's a little dangerous when people come down the street and dead end trying to get into somebody's driveway and back out. Kids like this makes it for a really nice turnaround back like that. And, it backs up to, the church on one side and the Dixie Drain on the other. Kind of nice quiet area, nice quiet end of the street. So I'll stand for questions.
Questions for Mr. McAllister?
Council President,
Mr. Pollard, go ahead.
I'm just a little confused. Is this gentleman speaking in neutral, or is he the developer?
He is the developer, Councilman Pollard.
But he's speaking in neutral?
He just signed up on the wrong sign-up sheet, but he is the developer.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions? Thank you, sir, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, other than Mr. McAllister, in opposition, we have one sign up, David Ralph. So give your name, address, and state whether or not you've been sworn, please.
President, council members, my name is David Ralph. I live at 1824 Idaho Avenue in Caldwell, and I have been sworn in.
Thank Thank you, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, just wanted to confirm that you all had received the emails from my wife, Erin Ralph, sent to all members and the mayor. And also, the pictures that we sent of the notification boards, outside of the property.
They were all part of the staff report.
Okay. I did not see them in the agenda attachment, so I apologize for, confirming.
Hold on just a minute, because I don't believe that it is in the,
maybe a different one.
Mr. President, I know there was like a petition with several pages also, was that part of it? 'Cause I know I saw that in there.
That was a separate email.
Councilman Allgood, there were several, submissions in opposition, and they were included in the staff report.
okay, good. Want to make sure they're present. Thank you, sir.
Fantastic, thank you, Mr. President. As you've seen, we have a petition with over 40 signatures of, just members of the community within that, 300-foot radius around, that we have, collected in opposition to this development. I noticed that the low density residential is set for 3 dwelling units per gross acre, and, we've asked for only 3 houses to be developed on these 3 individual plots to keep them as is. But we are very understanding of the need for development in Caldwell, and we have done our best, to make amendments to our original desires for that small plot. I know that the planned unit development that you're talking about is, set for 6 units per acre, and, that is what you're going for at this time, from what I understood from the senior planner. And it looks like those are for townhouses and, mixed residential units, is that what I'm understanding?
It's not my understanding that they're townhouses, no.
Okay, there's single-family residential, because, I had thought that the planned unit development was for duplexes or townhouses, things like that.
No.
I apologize for my misunderstanding there.
Well, that's why we have this hearing.
I appreciate that. Your understanding is very, very much appreciated.
We'll have Ms. Ruth clarify that for you, so that we're all clear.
Thank you.
Councilman Allgood, Commission, and, Speaker. The applicant is proposing single-family residential units for each of those lots. The PUD is allowing for, 4.68 units per acre versus 3 units per acre. So essentially, he's getting a couple more units, or proposing a couple more units than what if he were just doing a straight R1 development at this location.
And I certainly understand that, and thank you for a moment to compose myself. This is a very emotional topic for us, as our home, butts up right against this development site. So the area that my children play in is the part that we're talking about, developing out. Of course, we don't play in the pasture, but, that is exactly where we are looking at developing. So we have great concerns that we are trying to cram 9 houses into 1.86 acres back there in an area that is predominantly larger houses. They used to call Idaho Avenue Doctor's Row, because they're larger houses, larger lot sizes, and it's a very established part of our community. Every single signature on that page was quite upset about the fact that we would be developing out, such small lot sizes back in that part of our district, and, we just wanted to make sure that the council knew that we were in opposition of this development in such a large size. We have no problem with development whatsoever. It's just there are a lot of houses to cram in there. In fact, one of the council members, he noted that it looked like townhouses. To us, it looked the same. We're also concerned that there was not a lot of communication about what was being planned. When we received the original letter for the neighborhood meeting, there was no mention of how many houses would be developed, what size the acreage was, and even got the wrong street. So, it was not even something that everyone could attend, Oregon Street, and that is not where we were supposed to be. Mr. President.
If you're finished, I was gonna allow questions.
Yes, the questions would be really prepared.
Questions from Mr.
I
Rowe?
just have a statement.
Mr. Carlson?
The very first lot is gonna be facing off of Idaho Street, and I am only assuming that that will probably be a larger house, because it is a larger lot. The other houses are coming off of Oregon Street, which, as you go down Oregon off of Ash, those houses there are very nice, but they're relatively small. And these smaller houses here, I think, fit very well in that neighborhood. But they won't really be seen from Idaho Street.
I understood, Mr. Councilmember. We're just concerned about cramming so many people into such a small lot size. And 9 families, into such a small plot of land, means a significantly larger population back there, which is going to crowd up the Oregon Avenue streets, which are already hard to drive down, and will also increase just the number of foot traffic that we have in that area. Those are some concerns that we have. I know that those houses on Idaho Avenue are smaller, and the houses that are being proposed are certainly in alignment with that, but the lot sizes are not. The lot sizes are not in alignment with even Oregon Avenue.
Mr. President?
Mr. Wagner?
I was hoping, I don't know if we can go to an aerial or something that shows that area. I'd like to see where that at, if you don't mind, kind of show. I know you explained it over on Idaho Avenue, but it'd be good to have a visual of that, perhaps, kind of pan over to that area. You need to go south a little bit, right? Or even more, where?
Yeah.
Is your home on that now, or do we need to add a little?
You can see, yes, right there, it's my home, you see the little barn in the back. And that's where my family is. You see that it butts up to Oregon Avenue, and full sake of talking about developing.
What was your address?
1824.
Okay, so right there. And then, this is more kind of a comment, you're free to, rebut to, or discuss if you like, but it's more just to get it out there so that the applicant can discuss it, in his rebuttal. Some of your comments triggered some thoughts and questions that I had that I wasn't able to get to the developer when he was up there. So you had a question about the PUD process. And typically, a PUD does have different types of development, not just single family. You have, some single family, maybe some multifamily, a townhome, different things like that, some commercial. This is an infill project, so this changed the rules a little bit, gives them a little bit more leniency, because we do like to see infill projects, and sometimes those are tough to develop because of all the constraints around them. That's why they're allowed to do the PUD process. But it seemed a lot like they're asking for a lot but not giving very much. They're asking for minimum setbacks, asking for minimum lot sizes, but asking for waivers on all amenities. So give me this, I'm not gonna give you that, was kind of my notion on that, and I was hoping the developer could speak to that, so I wanted to get it out there, so it's not new information coming at the time of rebuttal. But those are some of the thoughts I had on your comments, I appreciated that.
Any other questions for Mr. Rao? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, council members.
There is no one else signed up to speak at this time. Mr. McAllister, would you like to come up and address what was said?
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
before we have rebuttal, I'd like to just put this out there for engineering, I have a question for them. And this is not a big point, but, I know that, the Dixie drain is rather constrained and maintenance can be a problem for it. Did we consider that with the way this is configured, for future maintenance of the Dixie drain?
Council President and, Councilman Hopper. So what I've been given to understand is that there's a meander already here for the Dixie drain. So if you see on the Zoom here, that which is appearing in blue here is already a right-of-way for the Dixie drain. And so in this particular instance, it doesn't go to the center like we might have expected and often is. There is a right-of-way already to protect it. So the property will abut and doesn't actually overlap the meanders or the easements of the, or right-of-way, I should say, of the Dixie drain here.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Hopper?
I think so, as long as you don't have concerns about maintenance and getting in there, then I'm not gonna be concerned about it either.
Council President, thank you, Councilman Hopper, excellent concern, and, it does, I do believe this right-of-way is pretty wide, so I think we're gonna be in okay shape here.
All right, Mr. McAllister, go ahead.
Member of the council, to just on the size of the houses, there's some of the houses are on 7,000, 8 square foot lots. They'll range probably from 1,800 to 2,200 square feet, so they're a good sized house. They'll have a nice architectural, look to them, that's why we made them single families, so they would look nice and attractive. They'll probably, new home prices in Caldwell are $375,000. These should help increase the value of the properties around them. Once again, I think it's really nice and one side of the property backs up to the Dixie drains. There are some, there were townhouses on the other side that are on 3,000 square foot lots, but it's a nice buffer, same with the church, same with the lot on Idaho. It's a nice little infill with a great cul-de-sac at the end of it, so I'll stand for questions.
Council President. Gary, it's good to see you. So I'm hoping maybe you get, because I am having a little heartburn with the number of homes back at the end of this cul-de-sac street. So maybe a little bit more, I don't know, it seems like it's a lot for that area right there. And I understand, home prices are crazy right now, and everything's just going up unsustainably, in my opinion. But it does give me a little I like to look at the areas, like, the case before this, I thought it fit, it was R2 all around, and this one, it's R1 all the way around, and I get PUDs and trying to get things to fit in where they can't fit anywhere else, but it seems like maybe something else could fit in here, so, I guess, what's your response to that, saying that, I think we could do something different, or you could do something different, and maybe wasn't as dense, as big of an impact in this area, because this is a fairly established, single-family, residential. There are some lots less, but there's a lot larger, in that regard. So how does it doesn't seem to fit, so maybe explain to me a little bit more how you think it would fit in this area with these homes that are already there.
President, if you look at lot 1, it's over 8,600 square feet, so it's a large lot. The next one below is like about 7. The two on the other side, 1 7 and 6. On the back part of that, okay? They really work nice for a house that has a 2-car garage, buffers between both of them, and gives them a side yard on the side of it. The 3-foot setback was for us, instead of making townhouses or condos where you have a kind of a flat roof that connects together, and then you build a big wall in between, and you have fire issues, and they just don't look very attractive. The cul-de-sac, takes up a huge chunk of the property, okay, so that's why the lots are a little smaller. Without it, with a dead end there or turnaround, they'd be larger, but engineer on the cul-de-sac, we kind of agree with that, it makes it a lot safer coming down that street, turning around and coming back out, for everybody, okay?
Mr. President. And then I also noticed that maybe, I may have looked at it wrong, one of the first slides that we saw, Debbie, I thought it showed like a 6,700 square foot lot average. And I know this paper that we got, it shows 7,600 square foot. Do you know, can you confirm which is correct on that? The lot sizes are a little different too, I know from this one that we got from Mr. McAllister and the one that was up on the screen.
Correct. I believe that the exhibit provided by Mr. McAllister doesn't show the, required 10-foot street landscape buffer setback that was around that cul-de-sac, which did change the lot sizes and change the configuration. We had to move some of those lots, or move some of those, housing configurations, and change the design of those. So I believe, Gary, the layout that Mr. McAllister provided to the commission is not the most current. So those lot sizes were changed as that street landscape buffer is placed within a common lot.
Do you have what those average lot sizes are by chance?
Well, I believe the same, is this the one you're talking about?
Yep, there was shown on, well, does this one show?
I thought it was on one, maybe, it was like the very first slide you showed, I thought it had a average lot size.
Well, it did have an average lot size, and now you make me question, because he's saying one thing and I'm saying another. I took that lot size out of my staff report, so I'm assuming that mine, was correct at the time I wrote the report.
I have a square footage, but I haven't taken it probably 10-foot.
Are you figuring it out? Mr. Orton is figuring it up based on this drawing.
I mean, it shows maybe 6, 7.
Is he using his hibiscus, or is that what that's called? What is that called?
He's using his calculator. I apologize for not having that right on I don't even have the folder here. Okay, Mr. Orton calculated that as 6,667 square foot average, which is close to what I believe what my slide indicated.
All right. Any further questions for Mr. McAllister? All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, I'll take the motion to close this public hearing. Moved by Councilman Paulson. Second for public testimony. Second for Councilman Wagner. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Great. All right. Public testimony is closed. I have for the evidence list, staff report, sign-up sheets, preliminary plat, and the handout provided by Mr. McAllister.
Mr. President, I move to accept the evidence as presented.
You want to label the handout as C-1000, Debbie? The handout by Mr. McAllister will be labeled as C-1000. All right. Moved by Councilman Carlson to accept the evidence list. Second by Councilman Wagner. Comprehensive plan analysis for case.
You vote on that.
What'd you say?
You vote on.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Any opposed? All right, moving on. Comprehensive plan analysis for case number PUD 21P-01.
Mr. President, I move that we accept the comprehensive plan analysis under Roman numeral 5 in the staff report.
Moved by Councilman Paulson, second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, moving forward, findings of fact.
Mr. President, the Caldwell City Council accepts the facts outlined in the staff report, public testimony, and the evidence list. All adopted city code standards and codes were used to evaluate this application.
Moved by Councilman Colson, second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Conclusions of law.
Mr. President, the Caldwell City Council has the authority to hear this case, order that it be approved or denied. The public notice requirements were met, the hearing was legally noticed and posted, and the hearing was held and conducted under the requirements of Idaho Code and City Ordinance.
Moved by Councilman Colson,
Second.
second by Councilman Hopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Order of decision.
Mr. President, based on the finding of fact and conclusions of law, the mayor and the city council orders that case number CUD 21P01, a request for a planned unit development and a preliminary plot for Oregon Common subdivision containing 9 single-family residential lots and 2 common lots for the subject property at R35423 and R35404 and R35401, totaling 1.86 acres, is approved with the conditions listed in the staff report.
Motion by Councilman Colson,
Second.
is that Councilman Hopper?
Yes, sorry.
Moved by Councilman Colson, seconded by Councilman Hopper. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. President. Hopefully you don't get tired of me discussing, but I like to do that just so it's kind of clear and understanding on my thoughts and where I'm at. I do have concerns, with this one. I understand the neighbors, concerns of this area. Something needs to happen. I agree with that. It's a nice infill property, but is this the right one? For me, maybe not. I know the owners are asking for, or the property owners in the area are asking for 3. Obviously, the applicant wants 9. I think both of those are off a little bit. I think more than 3. If you go to 3, it's a lot bigger loss than what the people have in that area. But somewhere more around, 5 or 6, I think would be more adapt to that area. I think it's just gonna be too many, right there. So that does give me issues, concerns. I appreciate Mr. McAllister coming forward with the project, and maybe, having to put in a road, I get that, that's a big expense. So I understand that, perhaps that's the reason why they need to, acquire more of those lots to help pay for those improvements, and so that's the testing there, is does that mean that if you only do 5 lots, now it's unfeasible because you're paying so much for the improvement? So, and I don't know the answers to those questions, unfortunately, but that could be a reason why, and perhaps it is. But it does give me enough concern, to probably be on the opposing side of that, to see if there's something maybe more in the middle that they could come to agreement on. But I do appreciate Mr. McAllister and all the work that he's done in trying to get this property developed. It's just, for me, don't know if it's quite the right thing at the right time right now. So, those are just my comments.
Any other comments?
Mr. President,
Mr. McGee?
is it appropriate to ask, Debbie a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Debbie, earlier in the testimony, there was discussion about whether or not we're townhouse. And to me, that's an important point because when I heard the testimony in opposition felt that these actually were townhouses and they actually weren't. Could you give me, please, a little bit more clarification on that?
Are we getting back into public testimony here, or are we all right?
Council President, all good, City Council. I think if the question is simply, a point of clarity. If the council is essentially reviewing the record from the hearing, and asking for a point of clarity, that's okay. If I understood the question, it was essentially, was the statement that are the houses in fact townhouses, or are they in fact single-family residential? And I guess I'll let Deb answer that. It'll be a brief answer.
Councilman Hopper, the proposed structures on the properties are single-family residential.
Thanks for that clarification.
President, I'd just like to make sure. I think that we need to remember that this was a PUD and it's an infill project. And so I think Mr. McAllister has done a great job of capitalizing on this project. I think he's creating amenities to this area with the turnaround that's gonna be beneficial to the entire area. I see no problem with it. Even the lot size is okay with me.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Will the clerk call the roll, please?
It would be by call.
Yes.
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Pollard,
No.
McGee,
Yes.
Wagner.
No.
Hopper.
Yes.
All right, the count is 3 for yes, 2 for no. This is approved based on a 3-2 vote. All right, I'll accept the motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Carlson, second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. McAllister. Thank you. All right. This is action item, public hearing, quasi judicial, case number ANN 21-00002, sub 21P-02. A request by Tim Makwa on behalf of Hayden Homes, Idaho, LLC for the annexation of 10 acres, 10.08 acres for the purpose of developing a proposed low-density residential subdivision. Concurrently, a request for approval of a preliminary plat for Autumn Ridge East subdivision with 30 residential lots. The request for annexation and development will be subject to a development agreement. The subject property, R35229010, is located at 1,800 feet west of North KCID Road on the north side of Marble Front Road, Caldwell, Idaho. Now declare this public hearing open. Ms. Ruth.
Thank you, council. Debbie Root, Senior Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard, and I have been sworn. Before you tonight is Autumn Ridge East. I flagged says east and west because they're, relatively adjacent, but it's two separate applications before this council tonight. Autumn Ridge East, is located in an area that the comp plan identifies as low-density residential. And, the applicant is requesting annexation as R1 low-density residential and have provided a, preliminary plat in accordance with the requirements of the, subdivision code for, single-family R1 residential, low-density residential lots, 8,000 square feet in size or greater, where, the lot size is required to be greater on the corners of streets. They've complied with the requirements of engineering plan review on this, application. The street names have been approved. The development is in compliance with the subdivision code, Idaho statutes, and staff is recommending approval of the annexation as R1, or as low-density residential, with an R1 zoning designation, and for the preliminary plat as proposed, for this, Autumn Ridge East development. And I'll stand for questions.
Questions from this room? Okay, so, just to be clear, we're voting on two things, annexation and then the preliminary plat, are we correct?
That is correct.
Good? Thank you, Ms. Roots. Tim Mappa?
While Brent's pulling that up, my name is Tim Mockwa with Hayden Homes, 1406 North Main Street, Meridian, 83642. Thank you for your time this evening. I'll try to be brief. I know you've got a big agenda. And I acknowledge I haven't been sworn in.
Thank you very much.
So I'll try to respect your time, and I think I can probably keep my comments under an hour. So, I think Debbie explained it fairly well. We are requesting a annexation with the zone of R1, which is in compliance with the comp plan of the low density, in this area. This map is just an aerial showing the Autumn Ridge East and West, it's the same as Debbie's, but just to give you a little better orientation where we are, we're on the north side of Marble Front, between Sweet Parkway and KCID roads. The property's just over 10 acres. We are proposing in this Autumn Ridge East subdivision 30 building lots, all which meet the requirements of the R1 zone. The proposed density on Autumn Ridge East is 2.97 units per acre, meeting the low-density comp plan requirement of 3 or less units per acre. The average lot size is 99,255, and the smallest is just a little over 8,000. A little bit of our data, I think I covered most of those. Total qualifying open space is 0.7 acres, or 7%. The minimum in the R1 zone is 6%. This is just a graphic showing our layout. These lots that are on the north, there's 8 or 9 of those are the 8,000 plus, some of those up to 11,000 square foot. Looking out over the Mason Creek, the property drops off quite a bit from the north boundary down to Mason Creek. So in summary, we're in the cities, within the city's impact area. We have access to public services, including sewer, water, pressurized irrigation. We've talked to Trilogy about piggybacking onto their pressurized irrigation system and shipping our water right there. They're in agreement with that, so we'll be working with them to get that done. I have no objections to any of the recommended conditions of approval, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Mappa?
Mr. President.
Mr. Colson.
Mr. Mappa, on the backside is the Mason Creek, but there's property back there between the creek and the subdivision. Who owns that?
You're correct, Councilman. So this piece here is roughly 7 acres that is dividing Autumn Ridge East and West. Their property is 80, 90 feet, I believe, down to Mason Creek. There's a separate property owner on that. It was just sold within the last 4 or 5 months. We tried to acquire that piece to combine these into one subdivision, but we're unable to do so. It's a separate piece, not.
Are they using that for livestock or something like that, or?
I can't speak to exactly what they're doing. My understanding was they're gonna be splitting that into 2 or 3 estate type lots with views looking towards the north out over the, as it drops down towards Lincoln Road. But I can't speak to exactly what their plans are.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Mr. Wagner.
Maybe the councilman or Carlson, I was almost the owner of that property, about 5 or 6 years ago. I know we looked at that. So that kind of was leading to my question of for, a father of 3 young boys. I thought that was a perfect lot, because it goes all the way along there, and And my boys, I wouldn't see them for months at a time, they'd be down there playing and having a great time. So this may not be as big of a concern if they're doing that, but that was the only thing, was just making sure, and I'm sure the conditions are in there, you know, adequate fencing along that northern property line there, just to, you know, ensure if there is a family out there that, you know, that is that separation for those lots, and I'm sure it's in there, but just, that was the only thing that I wanted to make sure of.
Mr. President, Councilman Wagner, yes, we're proposing to fence all along this north side, and I would like to see this as an open vision, you know, wrought iron type 5-foot fence to take advantage of those views out to the north. All of these homes incidentally are gonna be we're gonna be including 3-car garage, with the R1 lot, the 8 to 10, 11,000 square foot, it's, we see that there's quite a market in this part of the city for that type of use, so. One other comment, as, you know, the city's pathway master plan calls for a 10-foot pathway along Mason Creek, being that we don't own that property, and it really wouldn't make sense to put it up, you know, 15 to 20 foot vertically up above Mason Creek. We have on our Autumn Ridge West included a 10-foot pathway along there's two irrigation facility ditches along our west boundary, so we'll have a 10-foot pathway there that's separated from the streets, and a 10-foot path along the frontage of Marble Front. It will basically take the place for now of the 10-foot pathway that the Parks and Pathway Master Plan calls for along Mason Creek.
Any further questions for Mr. Malcolm? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There is no one else signed up to speak at this public hearing. Is there any further questions or statements?
Mr. Council President?
Mr. Hopper?
Yeah, I guess I understand the issue with the right of way for the out parcel that, we can't do anything with, and this is 2 separate applications for development. There isn't really that same kind of a nexus that we usually see with out parcels. And I guess I'm less concerned with that if indeed there is a development plan coming before us.
Come.
Okay. So I'm not gonna worry too much about it, but I guess on the engineering plan, if that doesn't develop for some period of time, we probably need to take some action there to connect that. There's a lot of development in this area. It does connect the schools. Having a contiguous pedestrian system is really important, and so I just wanna make sure that it's on engineering's roadmap to deal with that if we have to down the road, sooner than later.
Mr. Orton is shaking his head. Thank you, Mr. Hopper, appreciate that.
You're shaking it back and forth, not up and down, right?
I think it's an approval.
Well, it's Mr. Orton, they could be going around, I'm not sure.
Any other statements? Mr. Mako, are you done? You have the chance to rebut anything you said?
I have nothing more to add.
Thank you. I'll accept the motion to close the public testimony of this hearing. So moved by Councilman Carlson, second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
I have for the evidence list, staff report, sign-up sheet, preliminary plat.
President, I move to accept the,
Just a second, I think Mr. Waterman.
President, all good, just the applicant, provided this, as well, so CC 1000, I think.
C-1000. Applicant map. Thank you, Mr. Waterman.
Mr. President, I move to accept the evidence as presented.
Thank you. Moved by Councilman Carlson. Second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Moving forward, comprehensive plan analysis for case number ANN-21-000002. This would be the annexation portion of this hearing.
I would move that we accept the comprehensive plan analysis under Roman numeral 5 in the staff report.
Moved by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Wagner. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Findings of fact.
Mr. President, the Caldwell City Council accepts the facts outlined in the staff report, public testimony, and the evidence list. All adopted city ordinances, standards, and codes are used in evaluating the application.
Thank you. Second? Moved by Councilman Colson, second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Conclusions of law.
Mr. President, the Caldwell City Council has the authority to hear this case in order that be approved or denied. The public notice requirements were met, the hearing was legally noticed and posted, and the hearing was held and conducted under the requirements of Idaho Code and city ordinances.
Moved by Councilman Colson, second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Order of decision.
Mr. President, based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law, the mayor and the city council hereby orders that case number ANN 20-00002, a request by Hayden Homes to annex 10.8 acres, more or less, with an R1 low-density residential zoning designation for the property R35229010, on Marble Front Road in Caldwell, Idaho, is approved with the conditions listed in the staff report.
Moved by Councilman Colson, second by Councilman Wagner. Any further discussion? The clerk call the roll, please.
Olson?
Yes.
Pollard?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
Wagner?
Yes.
Hopper?
Yes.
The annexation portion is approved, unanimous vote. Moving to the comprehensive, plat map, I will accept, comprehensive plan analysis.
Mr. President, I would move that we accept the comprehensive plan analysis in the staff report under Roman numeral 10.
Moved by Councilman Colson, second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Findings of fact.
Mr. President, City Council, the Caldwell City Council accepts the facts outlined in the staff report, public testimony, and the evidence list. All adopted city ordinances, standards, and codes are used in evaluating this application.
Moved by Councilman Colson, second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Conclusions of law.
Mr. President, the Caldwell City Council has the authority to hear this case in order that it be approved or denied. The public notice requirements were met, the hearing was legally noted and posted, and the hearing was held and conducted under the requirements of Idaho Code and city ordinances.
Moved by Councilman Colson, second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Order of decision, preliminary plat.
Mr. President, based on the finding of fact and conclusions of law, the mayor and city council hereby orders case number SUV 21P02, a request by Hayden Homes for preliminary plot approval of Autumn Ridge East subdivision consisting of 10.8 acres, more or less, to be subdivided into 30 residential lots for the property R35229010 on Marble Front Road in Caldwell is approved with its conditions listed in the staff report.
Moved by Councilman Colson, second by Councilman Wagner. I will clerk call, further discussion? The clerk call the roll, please.
Colson?
Yes.
Pollard?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
Wagner?
Yes.
Hopper?
Yes.
Motion passes. Accept the motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Colson, second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, action item number 3, consider bill number 12, Ordinance number 3332 for case number ANN 21-00002, Autumn Ridge East annexation with request to waive the rules and pass on the first reading and approve the summary for publication. I will read the ordinance. The ordinance determining that certain land lays contiguous to the city limits of the city of Caldwell, County of Canyon, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed to the city of Caldwell, Idaho, as part of the R1 low-density residential zone, declaring said lands to be proper legal description as described below, to be a part of the city of Caldwell, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Caldwell, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the clerk of the city of Caldwell to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with the Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mr. President,
Mr. Pollard.
I move that we waive the three reading process and consider bill number 12, ordinance number 3332 on its first reading by title only.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Pollard, second by Councilman Colson. Will clerk call the roll, please?
Pollard,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Wagner. Yes. Hopper,
Yes.
Paulson.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Mr. Pollard.
I will sponsor bill number 12, ordinance number 3332, and move first passage by title only and approve the summary for publication.
Thank you. Moved by Councilman Pollard,
Second.
second by Councilman Colson. Clerk call the roll, please.
Pollard,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Wagner. Yes. Hopper,
Yes.
Paulson.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Motion has carried. Moving to action item number 4. This is a public hearing, case number ANN 21-000-003, SUB 21P-03. A request by Tim Mocco on behalf of Hayden Homes to annex 10.6 acres for the purpose of developing a proposed low-density residential subdivision. And currently a request for approval of preliminary plat of Autumn Ridge West subdivision with 27 lots. The request for annexation and development will be subject to a development agreement. The property R35229 is located approximately 660 feet east of Mason Road on the north side of Marble Front Road, Caldwell, Idaho. I declare this hearing open, and Ms. Root, you're up. I think this is pretty familiar.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President and Council. As indicated, this is, Autumn Ridge, a hearing for an annexation of property to be, proposed to be platted as Autumn Ridge West. The comprehensive plan has this property identified as low-density residential. The applicant has, applied for an annexation of this property with a, requested zone of R1, low-density residential, and provided a preliminary plat consistent with the requirements of the, subdivision ordinance and the, R1 low-density residential zone. To, further discuss the, Mason Creek drain pathway, at the time that this development came before us in a roundtable, the property that is adjacent to the Mason Creek drain and divides the two halves of this development, basically, it cuts off the access or the adjacencies to that Mason Creek drain, and therefore we discussed the method of providing that pathway connection, which was agreed to provide that pathway connection down the west side of the property to detach sidewalks along the frontage of Marble Front. So providing the safety of the pathway and the pedestrian ways, and connectivity for those developments, and potentially connectivity, for development, further to the east as that occurs. But, the developer has provided for that pathway, those connections, and the landscaping and open space in this development. They've also provided for the connectivity of, I believe Smead is what runs, along that, that east boundary there, provided that to connect into that, out parcel. The out parcel, we have had some discussion, and roundtable things for just a few lots to be created there for single-family residential, no major development, but again, we can't be certain of what an applicant will bring forward, to, develop that property, but, this development proposed by Hayden Homes is consistent with the, city codes and state statutes for preliminary plat and for annexation. Staff is recommending approval as proposed and conditioned, and I'll stand for questions.
Mr. Combs. Is this contiguous with the city of or the city limits? Where does it touch?
There, it touches in, it's a kitty corner touch, for this property.
And that's enough?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions for Ms. Root? Thank you. Mr. Moffett?
Once again, Tim Mockwell with Hayden Homes, 1406 North Main Street, Meridian, Idaho 83642, and I acknowledge I still have been sworn in. I'll be quick on this one. It is very similar to what we just talked about on Autumn Ridge East. Couple of main differences that I would like to point out. We do have a little more, common area on this one. We're up to close to 9%. Again, 6% being the minimum in the R1. The pathway Deb talked about is here along the west boundary. This is an extension, aligning with Smead Parkway. So Smead, where it comes in on Marble Front, we're constructing a collector, for Smead up to our north boundary so that if it ever did get extended out to Lincoln, depending on, the slope's pretty steep as you go down to Marble, or to Mason Drain, but at least the capability is there. So with the Smead extension, the school property further to the south, and the detached 10-foot sidewalk along Marble Front, there is quite a bit of a safety, a much safer route, I guess, down to the school. I believe one of our conditions of approval was that if the city is able to acquire right-of-way across this stub property, we would extend the sidewalk, the curb gutter, and frontage improvements across there. We have no objection to that. This one is 8,500 square foot lot average. I've included in my PowerPoint our calculations on the qualifying open space, showing how we comply with city code there. So again, we're asking for a annexation with the R1 zone in compliance with the comp plan. The lot dimensions are roughly 70 to 80 foot widths by 110 to 120 foot depth. We meet all the criteria for the R1 zone, and we received a unanimous recommendation of approval from P&Z, and we ask that you affirm that and do the same with our applications tonight. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Moffett? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any further questions from anybody on the panel? All right, I'll take a motion to close the public testimony of this hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Carlson,
Second.
second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Evidence list, I have staff report, sign-up sheet, preliminary plat, and the applicant map PowerPoint CC 1000. Good.
Mr. President, I move that we accept evidence list as presented.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Wagner, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. President, I'd like to make, just be a little bit different, you can call me out of order if you want, but in respect of the time, the people that are here, and I know this is a legal motion, but I would make a motion that we approve the comprehensive plan analysis, findings of fact, conclusions of law, as outlined in the staff report for the annexation, and approve the annexation with the conditions as outlined in the staff report.
Mr. Wagner has made a motion to expedite this. I have a head nod.
Can we do that?
President Allgood and council, one of the benefits of doing each motion separately is an opportunity to consider each of the portions of it individually and object or modify as necessary. If council feels that it has a good enough sense for what was presented and what the motion is, as long as council is comfortable voting affirmatively on that motion, I think it's fine.
Thank you. Councilman Wagner has made a motion.
I'll second it.
Second by Councilman Hopper. Well, any further discussion? Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Wagner,
Yes.
Hopper,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Pollard,
No. Is he still there, Brett? We lost him, Debbie.
okay, McGee,
Yes.
Okay, so based on that motion, the annexation portion of this hearing is approved. Moving forward to the preliminary plat motion,
Mr. President,
Mr. Wagner.
if I could mimic that, I'll make a motion that we approve the comprehensive plan analysis, the findings of fact, and conclusions of law as outlined in the staff report, along with the order of decision to approve case number SUB 21P03, the preliminary plat for Autumn Ridge West subdivision, with the conditions as outlined in the staff report.
Second, Mr. Hopper. Motion by Mr. Wagner, second by Mr. Hopper. Any further discussion? Will clerk call the roll, please?
Wagner,
Yes.
Hopper,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Pollard, McGee.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll accept the motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Carlson, second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Motion passes. Moving to the adjoining bill, this is to consider bill number 13, ordinance number 3333 for case number ANN 21-000003, Autumn Ridge West annexation. The request to waive the rules and pass on the first reading and approve the summary for publication. I will read the ordinance. An ordinance determining that certain land lays contiguous to the city limits of Caldwell, County of Canyon, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed to the city of Caldwell, Idaho, as part of the R1 low density residential zone, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be part of the city of Caldwell, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Caldwell, Idaho, repealing all ordinances and resolutions, orders of, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the clerk of the city of Caldwell to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mr. President, I would move that we waive the three reading rule, consider bill number 13, ordinance 3333 on its first reading by title only.
Motion by Councilman Paulson. Second by Councilman Wagner. Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Paulson?
Yes.
Mr. Paulson?
Is Mike back up?
Is he in the waiting room? Did you check? When the wait, he'll show up right up here in the waiting room. Be right up here.
McGee?
Yes.
Wagner?
Yes.
Hopper?
Yes.
Mr. President, I will sponsor bill number 13, ordinance 3333, move for its passage and approve the summary for publication.
Motion by Councilman Paulson. Second by Councilman Wagner. Clerk, call the roll, please.
Paulson?
Yes.
Wagner?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
Hopper?
Yes.
Motion passes. I'll accept the motion to close this public hearing. Moved by Councilman Paulson, second by Councilman Wagner, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much. All right, are we good? We need to take a break before we go on. All right, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll move forward.
Mr. Council President,
Yes, sir, that was a great one. Mr. Pollard, go ahead.
yes, I apologize, my, internet connection has, disconnected me, so I've missed a little bit. But I'll try to stay on as long as I can.
Thank you, sir. We're just taking a 5-minute break and we'll start again.
Well, then, do I get to go? Never mind.
The problem there, Mike, it was only 5 minutes.
Good, Dennis, good one.
Cheryl, how are you doing? Haven't heard from you tonight.
Good, how can I
See, I told you, I knew it. If you want me to say, I have to say one. Shop winner. Got technical features.
Hey, Ted,
Yes, Mike?
I just wanna thank your wife for the very nice card she sent.
You're very welcome, thank you.
Maybe not feel the second best offer too, then, right? So, he's definitely the best. It's gotta be first to something else. Take whatever I can get.
All right, we will, resume this council meeting. Thank you, everybody. This is action item number 6, case number TE 21-00003, request by Brian Appleby, Renison Design on behalf of AWND Properties LLC for a 24-month time extension of Cedar Crossing number 3 preliminary plat. Phase 1 was recorded in 8/3 of 2018. The underground infrastructure for phase 2 is installed. The time extension for PUD 16P-01 would be to complete phase 2 consisting of 10 fourplex building lots, 4 duplex building lots. The subject properties are currently zoned R2 medium density residential and are located at 13449 Cedar Hollow Lane. Ms. Ruth, you're up.
Thank you, council. Debbie Root, senior planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard, and I have been sworn. As read into the record, this application is for a preliminary plat time extension to allow for the development to complete phase 2 of Cedar Crossing number 3. Cedar Crossing number 3 is the result of a planned unit development application to change the zoning of this property to R2 to allow for multifamily development. The applicant recorded phase 1 in August of 2018 and then set about actually developing that phase and including putting in the infrastructure for phase 2, and in doing so allowed for the preliminary plat to expire as they were completing the construction of the multifamily units and the amenities on phase 1. When they came in to inquire regarding a time extension for phase 2 of this development, and thought that they could just administratively extend this plat. It was indicated to them that because the plat had expired, they would have to come back to council, and so we are here to consider a time extension for the completion of the approved planned unit development plat, and for phase two, there are no significant changes to the plat underlying preliminary plat that was approved. The lots have not changed, the, development just did not commence within the 12-month timeframe after the phase one was, recorded, and then the development ensued. The proposal is in substantial compliance with the conditions that were, placed at the time on that planned unit development. It's consistent with the development agreement. Staff is recommending approval of this time extension as the infrastructure is already installed, and, except for the roads aren't paved, but the underlying, sewer, water, and pressurized irrigation is installed at this time. Staff is recommending approval of this time extension to allow for the completion of phase two final plating.
Questions for Ms. Root? All right, thank you. In favor, John Renison.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the council, John Robinson, 410 East State Street in Eagle, and I've been sworn in, and I'm here in place of Brian, tonight. Simple, plat extension is what we have here. So the developer, acquired this property, entitled it, re-entitled it back, pre-2016, so there was a little bit of, unknown where the market was going at that time. It was decided to actually phase the infrastructure, the horizontal improvements at that time, so that's what we did, and that's what was approved in 16. And then, they started construction, and actually during the design development process, ended up designing the rest of the underground, infrastructure improvements through that phase two property that we're talking about here tonight, okay? And they built a good part of that, that's what Deb just mentioned there, that the underground stuff is already there. And now it's just the superficial improvements that need to be finished, the road paving and the sidewalks, et cetera, and then to actually plat, to create the lots to continue to build the multifamily development as originally planned. So what precipitated us being here tonight is we submitted the updated plans for the second phase of the final plat, and found out here that actually it expired earlier, and so could not do an administrative approval, which there was some initial thinking that there was gonna be an administrative process there. It isn't. It's a hearing. Here we are, simply asking for extension of exactly what was approved before, so they can wrap it up. So you can kind of see on the screen here that Deb mentioned again, built the horizontal stuff, went back and proceeded to build the vertical component. So most of what's the little gray boxes there are fourplex units that are completed and occupied at this stage. Any questions for me, at this point?
Questions for Mr. Renison? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Darby Oliver?
Present, but I have no further comments to add at this time.
Thank you. Fred Oliver?
Present, but nothing else at this time.
Thank you. They're all in favor. Mike Brewer?
Nothing further to add. Thank you.
Those were all of the in favor or in support of this time extension. There is no one signed up as neutral. We now have in opposition or against this time extension. I'll call you in the order that you're signed up. Robert Graham.
Present.
council people. My name's Robert Graham, my address is 13330 Bloomfield Drive in Caldwell, Idaho. And I have been sworn in.
Thank you, sir, go ahead.
So, my objection is to the 24-month time extension. I believe that is an excessive amount of time to continue with this project. The developers have had significant amount of time, and I don't think the residents within this area should be having to put up with this lengthy construction with, I just think it's an absolutely unreasonable, case. This developer is in continual breach of city code. They are continually piling up construction trash behind our premises on Bloomfield Drive there, and then covering it in dirt to just mimic that it's just landfill. It's pretty disgusting. There's been multiple reports to the city, code enforcement to try and have the issue resolved, and it's failed to be resolved. The population that's actually coming into that area is really significant and is impeding traffic on Cedar Rapids Drive. We have parking on both sides of the road, which is creating traffic congestion. So one of the requests I have is, since that road is just around 30 feet or less, that at least one side of that road being marked as a no parking zone to try and improve traffic flow into the neighbourhood. What else have I got here? So that, the trash side of things, I've got chapter 7, section 11, paragraph 4 with the trash as a health code violation, and then chapter 8, section 1, part 17 of the dumping of trash is just against city code. I do believe that the current properties are being mismanaged through the property management, with an overabundance of people and lack of enforcement of using the designated parking that is within the private parking area. So you see Grand Lodge Lane, Stair Track Lane, Cedar Hollow Lane, they're all private roads with what should be adequate parking for the residents, and they're overflowing into public roads and causing traffic congestion. So, in summary, I ask that 24-month time extension not be approved, and I'm happy to negotiate a shorter period of time, but there are many developers within that area that are putting up similar sized houses in a much shorter period of time. Okay, that's all I have.
Questions? Mr. President? What would be your ideal, you know, you said that you don't think it should be denied, but there should be a compromise, so I guess where are you at on time frame?
I think that they should be able to do this in under 12 months. There's Corey Barton Homes in the more southern region of the Cedar Crossing area that are completing similar amounts of homes within under 9 months. So I think a 12-month extension would be a reasonable compromise.
Mr. President, and this is more maybe a question for Mr. Ordonance. I hate to put you on the line, I know it's not you and your department, but the applicant can definitely, answer this in his rebuttal. Do you know if construction drawings have been submitted to the engineering department for review on this? Or Debbie, maybe you know also?
Deb may know, but I can tell you this, that if there's infrastructure in the ground, we've definitely done a review on that already.
One other point that I have is that just at the end of Cedar Rapids Drive, where the road construction finishes, there's actually private storage shipping containers being put there that were originally deemed as construction, so where that hand is, just a little bit south of that. But it's actually being used as private storage for the residents. There's 2 large shipping containers around 44 feet long, and when my next door neighbour reached out to them, they were told it was construction storage area, which would be reasonable. However, the significant amounts that were in the northern region of that phase 2 that have construction storage area. I confronted someone in the middle of the night thinking that they were trying to break into the construction equipment, and they were residents actually going in and getting pictures, I submitted them, and however, I'm not sure whether I submitted them too late. It was around 6-7 days ago. By email.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Brown?
Sorry, Council President, we just on those pictures, so were those part of the packet? They probably came in from like maybe a little late, was that emailed, sir, or?
Yes, email.
Yeah. Council President and, Mr. Wagner, there were pictures submitted, they were submitted to, code enforcement. Staff followed up with code enforcement regarding any open, complaints or violations on the property that would, cause this application not to be heard. And, the speaker is correct that there have been several code complaints. They have been followed up on by code enforcement. They have been resolved. The debris pile, things were removed. I don't disparage or say that there isn't construction debris at times on the property, because clearly there was. And they did submit pictures with regards to the storage units or Connex trailers that are units that are on this property, and construction equipment and things of that note, but it is a construction site at this point. There have been some complaints regarding the weeds and things. Development of the property or further development of the property to complete this will certainly eliminate the dust, the dirt, the ability to pile debris, and that the construction trailers would have to be removed. I did reach out to Brian Appleby regarding the personal storage units that are spoken of. They do appear to be personal storage, not construction storage, but we were told that is not what they are, and cannot confirm one way or the other. I don't doubt that there's a possibility that they're personal storage, and they would not then be allowed on the property. That would be in violation of our code. If they're in fact construction storage, the applicant have applied for and received temporary use permit for construction storage units. So that's what I can confirm on that.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Brown? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jim Deck? Jenny Deck? Tammy Holcomb?
Not speaking.
Thank you. That is all that's signed up in opposition?
President Allgood,
Yes.
could I clarify something?
Yes.
So page 35, I did include the pictures that were submitted by the gentleman. Page 31 through 35 of the staff report includes those photographs from that gentleman.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Renison, do you want to speak to anything that was brought up earlier?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, John Renison again. I can't speak to all that because I'm not really prevalent to the going on, the weeds and things like that, but I do know it's construction site, so sort of got to deal with a little bit of that kind of stuff. But, as I understand it, the construction, the storage containers, the Connex boxes, the developer has a permit for, them for construction use, and that's what they are using them for. If you have more questions on that, I can, offer the developer, he's in the audience here, or he can come up and speak specifically to that topic if you care to hear more. let's see, the extension term, so 24 months is a long time. We did ask for that originally. I just spoke with him earlier this evening, prepared for this one, that we have already submitted construction plans for the second phase. They're in the hopper there, and it's his intention to start actually construction, as soon as the plans are permitted. So that may still take a little while to process that, but a 12-month extension would be completely adequate with the developer if you could grant that for us. And, any other questions for me?
Any questions for Mr. Renz?
Mr. President?
Mr. Wagner?
Thank you, I appreciate that, and 12 months is what I was thinking too. If there's construction drawings in, again, that 12 months isn't to build the structures, as you know, that is simply just to finish the plats, so that we can get the streets in. I know it looks like the infrastructure's already in for quite a bit of it, so that saves you a lot of time there too, so I think 12 months is definitely adequate time. So I appreciate your willingness, to go with what the gentleman said. In regards to the Connex trailers, I don't need to hear from the owner, I don't know if the other council does, but I would ask that they do a double check, that they go out there and make sure that those are being used, for that purpose, all of them. So if they get, again, that's just on them to hopefully go out there and heat that, but go and do that would be a good thing, and I appreciate the willingness to reduce that timeframe.
I'll convey the information. Thank you very much.
Any further questions for Mr. Renz? Thank you, sir. I'll accept a motion to close the public testimony of this hearing. Moved by Councilman Paulson, second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I have as the evidence list, staff report, sign-up sheet, and preliminary plat as presented by Ms. Root. Moved by Councilman Carlson, seconded by Councilman Wagner. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. Findings of fact.
Mr. President, the Caldwell City Council will accept the general facts outlined in the staff report, public testimony, and the evidence list approved to a previous motion.
Motion by Councilman Carlson, second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. Conclusions of law.
Mr. President, the Caldwell City Council has the authority to hear this request and order that it be approved or denied. The public notice requirements were met, the hearing was held and conducted under the requirements of Idaho Code and City Ordinance.
Moved by Councilman Carlson, second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Order of decision.
Mr. President,
Mr. Carlson.
I'm gonna change what's on the paper here, due to the applicant's, suggestion. Based on the finding of facts and conclusion of law, the Caldwell City Council hereby orders that case number TE 21, dash 000003, a request by Renaissance Design for a 12-month time extension of a preliminary plot approved of Cedar Crossing number 3 is approved with the conditions listed in the staff report.
And, Mr. President, I'll second that with the permission of the motion maker. Condition 6.3 does say May 17th, 2023, so we would probably need to amend that to no later than May 17th, 2022 to mirror that 12 month.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Carlson made the motion, Councilman Wagner seconded. Any further discussion? Clerk, call the roll, please.
Paulson?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
Wagner? Yes. Hopper?
Yes.
Pollard?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Accept the motion to, close this public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Carlson, second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Public hearing is closed. Action item number 7, consider the adoption of a resolution declaring imminent peril to the safety and welfare of citizens of the city of Caldwell posed by House Bill 389's reduction in the city's ability to provide services to new and existing residential development. Declare this hearing open. Oh, Rick, yeah.
Council President,
Mr. Pollard. Yeah, Mike?
I'm just checking, which action are we on the agenda?
Number 7.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
All right.
Go ahead, Mr. Gorman.
Evening, council. I'm gonna do a presentation here. I've got a PowerPoint put together. And I will try to move through it as quickly as possible. It lacks a certain amount of brevity that may be appropriate, but, we'll go through it quickly. It's the presentation I would give for both this item and for the hearing and for the moratorium itself. They'll all be lumped into one, So, what's before you tonight is a resolution declaring imminent peril. If an imminent peril exists in the city of Caldwell, that can be the justification for a development moratorium or emergency ordinance. The code section that sets that out is 676523. When there's an imminent peril posed to the safety, welfare, well-being of the citizens of Caldwell, the council can, upon such abbreviated notice as appropriate, take an action to put a stay on a particular class of permits within the city. And so that's what's being presented tonight. A moratorium is by its definition, a stopgap measure. It's not permanent. It's something to provide, a period of time during which staff can, come back with something more concrete. Right, could you advance for me? So, the ultimate objective would be that, in the next number of days, city staff will return to you with some sort of permanent measure to address, the issue that the moratorium addresses in the short term. Okay, I'm gonna go through, as rapidly as possible, the change that House Bill 389 poses to new development in the city. So, under the prior law, when growth occurred through an annexation, for, preliminary plat residential development, new construction, that growth was followed by proportional increase in, budget capacity for the city. So, all else being equal, as the city grew, services would stay the same in the same way, and the levy rate would be, also stay the same, would be applied to new annexations and new construction. So, for example, if we have a city, and the only house in the city is House C, we have a very small city here, in the example, the value of $100,000, and a levy rate of 0.01 or 1%. You have $1,000 in property tax, $1,000 in services going back to that one house. And now if the city grows, if it annexes House B, next slide, Brent, thank you. House B also has a value of $100,000, and so the city would take that, new value, multiply the prior levy rate by it, 0.01, it would double the property tax, services would also be doubled, and so now both houses houses C and B are being, provided with services at a rate of $1,000 per house. The levy rates haven't changed, and that same, thing holds true as you grow out. So, with the law that has previously been, the objective was, the goal was, the way it was meant to work, was that as the city grew, services could be held at a constant rate. The levy rate could be held at a constant rate, but it would continue to grow out into, new development. So, the change in the law essentially changes that, one-to-one growth rate and reduces it. So now annexations and new construction come to the city at a value of 90%. So all else being equal, if houses are annexed that are of equal value to houses in the city, the levy rate and services will both be reduced over time. So we've got an example now showing, under the new law, what that will look like. So same setup, house C is the only house in the city, value $7,000, property tax is $1,000, levy rate is 0.01. So now we're gonna annex house B into the city. Okay, house C is already in the city. So this is, I'll try to simplify this as much as I can. The new value of $100,000, instead of applying the old levy rate to the whole $100,000, you apply it to just $90,000 because it's coming into the city, rate of 0.9, which is the new statutory modifier. So then you take that new amount, multiply it by the old levy rate, gives you $900. You add that to the prior budget, and your new budget without other increases is $1.9 thousand. You take that $1.9 thousand divided by the total property value, it gives you your new levy rate of 0.0095, which is down from 0.01. So the property tax, coming into the city is $1,972,000. Total property value remains at $2,000, levy rate is 0.0095. Services being provided are $1,900 as well. And then that continues to, that modification continues as you add, more houses, so. I'm a little warm. Okay, so the city, could theoretically monitor development and increase the budget concurrently by taking the 3%. So the city could use the 3% to fill in the gap. However, with the new law, and I'm gonna start moving a little quicker here, but with the new law, that 3%, depending on how much new construction or annexation there is, you may end up in a situation where the property tax increase, that would be necessary to keep services at the same rate actually exceed the new 8% cap, or 8% cap that exists. So, in this example, houses A through W have a value of 1.2 million. After the annexation of houses X, Y, and Z, your new levy rate is 0.098%. Your property taxes would be 14.7. However, I'll let Brent move to the next slide. In order to return the levy rate to 0.01, you would need to take a $2.7 thousand increase in the total budget, which is 22% of the prior budget. Because of the new cap, that would be impossible. I'll let Brent move ahead. So, city would not be able to essentially return the levy rates to the 0.01 because they can only take 90% of the value of the new annexation. So, this would mean that the city could only actually increase its budget by $960. So this is what it would look like, with the 8% cap. Levy rates are reduced to 0.01 to 0.864, with property tax and services both being at $12,960. And this is gonna result in a decrease in services. And what a decrease in services means is for future residents who are annexing in the city, they will have an overall negative impact on city services, or they may. The services that they are being sold when they annex in are gonna be reduced by their annexation. For current residents, as the city grows, the services have a chance, or will likely fall concurrently with that growth. And citizens expect growth to pay for itself, which will be more difficult for the city to maintain. The consequence of this, of course, is for life safety staff, both for future residents and current residents. Police and fire are going to be stretched thin, trying to meet demand. Wanted to provide just a little additional information, just for our edification. This is the past 5 years levy rates for the city of Caldwell, which is what is multiplied by taxable value to get our property taxes. And as you can see, it's fallen precipitously. The city of Caldwell's done an excellent job of handling its finances conservatively and well. In the years 2015 and 2017, that 8% cap that now exists would have kept the city from growing at a concurrent rate with new growth, annexation, new construction. In the past few years, it wouldn't have been an issue, but the city is now back to the place where if we were to take 3%, with the current rate of growth, grows, new growth becomes a smaller and smaller percentage of this overall value of the city, so, the problem may alleviate at some point in the future. Unfortunately, that's not true for our smaller neighboring cities. So, the moratorium covers new residential plats, new residential PUDs, new annexations, new residential special use permits. It lasts for 182 days, and the direction of staff would be to come back within 90 days with a proposed solution permanently, which essentially would look like, a more clear requirement that proposed development, be proven to, there be sufficient city services to provide service to that new development, and some sort of, methodology for making that determination, so council can make that decision. So, a workshop can be scheduled in June to talk about those changes, that's what I recommend, and ultimately, the moratorium tonight is not permanent, it's just to give staff time. And that's it, I'll stand for questions.
I guess, I have questions of Madam Money, Carol, where does this leave us, this financial, for the coming budget?
Mr. President, Chairman, I'm not in urban renewal, sorry, I'm in another venue here. Mr. Carlson, I got some additional information this morning that the State Tax Commission has put out with guidance, regarding how to implement these changes. Rough calculations are reducing our, possibility for new construction even more from what I presented last Tuesday. So we could be looking at another 200 plus reduction in addition to the $425,000 reduction that we're possibly seeing that the county is projecting.
So possibly $650,000 reduction?
Possibly.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I definitely have a lot of questions. I want to.
Me too.
So, because this is a huge deal. And I know that we had a lot of people here, and I was hoping that they were all here to testify on this. But I'm glad we have a few left, because this makes some, big impacts, obviously. So the thing that I need to understand, and I wish I understood all of this better, but is the 8% cap. Can you go over that in greater detail and explain exactly what that is and how that limits what we can do and things like that?
So the 8% cap is gonna be applied against your, looking at 3 budget years in the past, so you'll look at your highest budget year that you've had, which will be the current one we're in right now, and you'll apply your 8% against that. So currently, rough numbers are about 1.5 million is the 8% cap on it. But now you have to go through the calculation of your new construction, and you have to get the 90% off of your new construction. They've also added the land use, so because this is retroactive from the information I received today from the State Tax Commission, this is retroactive to January 1st of 2021. So any land use changes that went, for example, from ag to development, we no longer get to have that as new construction. It now has to go back into its previous category. So we will lose that application as well. The county is running numbers to see what that does to us, to find out how much we're gonna have to pull out of the number they have already previously calculated a few weeks ago. So then, after you get your 90% figured out on your new construction, you have to take your 3% on your highest off of your highest tax years, which will be this year, add that to your highest year, then you have to divide your current value into that to get a estimated levy rate. You take your estimated levy rate, apply it against the 90% construction value that you're allowed to have. Then we get to take new annexation, and that is another new calculation that just came out today, so I still have to wrap my head around it. But you have to do another estimated value of your levy rate against your new construction, taking 80% of your operating roll. Which a lot of this stuff is happening later than what our budget presentation and approval process will happen. So the new guidance is telling us, let me go back and get my piece of paper, because I have a note on that, hang on. So the new, value that we get, normally we have to have new construction by code, given to us with an estimated new construction by the first Monday in June. So now the new process, Doug, I think I'm messing up your computer, I'm sorry, I keep touching it. The new process says value information needed to complete the calculation should be provided to each taxing district by the first Monday in August. When do we have our first budget hearing? No, we have our budget hearing, we're having workshops now. Our budget hearing is that first Tuesday in August.
Yeah.
So which means I have to overestimate is what I'm being advised. Our property tax through this budget season, I get to overestimate so we can go through our public process. Because code will not allow me to do a budget amendment against property tax revenues.
So you have to overestimate, because we can come down, but we can't go up.
Correct.
And so just kind of, so this 8% cap, so you said the last 3 years, you take your highest tax year,
Mhm.
so you're saying you can't increase somebody's property taxes 8%?
We
of what
can't
they
increase
paid?
our budget 8%.
So our budget of what we're expending,
Our budget of just property tax only, not our total city budget, just our property tax budget that we are going to be,
of what we're bringing in.
of what we're going to ask for.
So if we asked $1 million, is the highest in the last 3 years, we cannot ask for more than 8% above that.
Correct.
So I guess I'm trying to just figure out how that, and I don't know all the complexities of the budget. I imagine sales tax is up considerably, so that'll increase some of our taxable, or whatever we get from that. I know, and again, I don't understand exactly, but we didn't take the 3% last year.
We did not.
We left probably about $500,000, I think.
Yes,
out
when
there.
we're gone.
So you're saying that we can't make up for that, because obviously we had it, we just didn't take it.
Correct.
If we do that this year, you're saying that we would.
We would be capped at 8%. So even if we come back and ask for foregone,
Well, even if we don't do foregone, if we just did the full 3%, you're saying we would be over the 8% cap?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase your question?
If we took the full 3%, we're allowed to make up for whatever shortage there is.
No, so you take your 3% that we've all been operating by, that we in the past have not, taken many times, right? That can go into foregone. Now, what you do is you take your 3%, calculate what you're allowed to increase your budget by. That's what we've always done. But now you have to add that to your highest property tax budget. Get the value, your taxable value, divide that into that. That's your new levy rate, estimated levy rate. You take that estimated levy rate and apply it against the 90% new construction to identify how much new construction you can take. If those exceed the 8%, you're capped at 8%. If they don't exceed, you don't get any more than that either.
So cities like us and Nampa and Meridian that are growing growing at this crazy rate, we can't grow more than 8%, no matter what the construction rules are doing, or.
We cannot grow our property tax budget more than 8%.
Right.
Correct.
Which means, I don't know what the rate of growth is, but it's significant. But our services can only grow by this much, but that's all we can.
Right.
So, basically, we have 25% of our property tax going to flow-throughs, such as the library, the streets, the parks, and the rest, the 75%, goes to police and fire. So that means we get to have an 8% increase in that, which is going to be probably taken up mostly in wages. No opportunity to add personnel, no opportunity to add vehicles. Just
Those will be choices that you and your departments and us will have to make. As to what the priority will be.
The state's already made it for us.
We can identify the priority, but yeah, those will be the areas that those priorities will probably have to be reduced.
Maybe we can buy one fire truck wheel at a time.
And if you were to do like Councilman Wagner was just alluding to, and say you took the 3% you're eligible for, you're paying for new growth with existing taxpayers to some extent, because they're paying 90% instead of the 100% as we would previously.
Our 90% would be coming in at a lower rate, as, legal just showed you.
And so for the last 5 years, that we have taken our levy rate from 1 point whatever it was down to 0.06 or less.
Correct.
We get penalized for reducing our levy rate, doing a good job at managing the money that we have available.
Mr. President, I'm kind of following up on that too, just to make sure, because I don't believe it's really a tax shift. I don't think the new, like if somebody, my neighbor down the street just purchased this on last week, he's still gonna pay, he's not paying 90% of his property tax, and I'm paying 100%. We're still paying the
You're still
same.
paying.
So it's not a tax shift. So we're not paying for new people that have just moved here.
You're paying your value of your home, whatever that value is assessed at the levy rate that will be, levied and certified when we get done with our budget.
It'll be equal. I think that was kind of the that's kind of what I thought too, is that if you've lived here for 2 months compared to me for 10 years, you're not, the 2 months isn't paying 90%, not paying 100%, we're still gonna pay whatever our value is for our home. If our homes are the exact same value.
But you're gonna be taxed to the limit that the, taxing district is allowed to ask for their budget based upon the constraints that have been presented and approved through House Bill 389.
But his is not shifting to me per se.
No, but say you had $1 million, correct me if I'm wrong here, please, Carol. You had $1 million worth of new growth, you're only allowed to accept 900,000 of that.
And that's all we can ask for property tax
Does this
collection.
affect, impact fees? Are they still in place?
Impact fees will still be in place. I'm not aware of anything being, touched this legislative season for impact fees, but decisions that will be made could potentially impact the impact fees collected based upon the growth.
What was our property tax budget last year?
19 million and some change. I don't remember the exact amount. I wanna say it was like 19.6.
So again, not trying to beat a dead horse, just trying to understand the 8% cap, so that means that we cannot be more than 8% of 19 million this
Correct.
year, is that correct?
Mr. Alden?
Let me,
Go ahead, Mr. McGee.
Okay, thank you. Just a process question for Mr. Waterman. The last bullet on the slide, actually, last sentence on the slide, But either of those timelines can be adjusted. I'm assuming that means staff would come forward and say, hey, we've made some determinations, or the mayor comes forth and says, hey, we have some new information, we're ready to accelerate these timelines. Do I understand that correctly?
President Allgood, Councilman McGee, yeah, this evening, if council wished to see, a permanent solution, within a shorter window, for example, council could vote to approve, and of course, right now, we're just talking about the resolution, but at the point that we got to the actual moratorium, council could vote to approve the moratorium for a period of 90 days and direct staff to return a recommendation within 30 days. I would want, staff to weigh in on that, but the point is, the timeline, the 182 days cannot be extended. But it can be shortened if council wants to move us out of the world of a moratorium and into, something permanent more quickly.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Hopper, did you have something?
Well, I just wanted to follow up on Mr. Wagner's question. I guess you have to look at it in terms of services, not in terms of the property tax valuation. If we determine, for example, that an existing house in the city of Caldwell costs $100 to provide adequate police service, the new construction home is only able to contribute $90 in this scenario. And so now you've got $200 worth of services for two houses that you only have $190 for. So either the existing property tax owner or existing property tax payer in the city of Caldwell is going to get a reduction in his service, or the taxes for both of those guys has to go up a proportionate amount to keep the $100 of service to each house. Are you following that? That is how it harms the existing taxpayers.
Go ahead, Mr. Morgan.
President, Councilman Hopper, yes, that's correct, and the real pinch occurs when the way the city would return the levy rate to one, essentially, so that the services being provided to the new and old residents are the equivalent to what they were prior to the new construction or annexation, would require the city to use that 3%, because the new construction and annexation values are only coming in at 0.9. And so the pinch occurs when the growth is high enough that the 3% is insufficient to cover the gap, and at which point the city cannot modify the budget any higher, and so everyone, old and new, is essentially paying for the growth through a reduction in services. But again, to follow up on Councilor Wagner's point, the new law does not change. A new house will not be paying a higher tax rate. The new levy rate will be calculated based on a lower value for the new house, but that new levy rate will still be applied across the board equally to all new and current residents.
Thank you.
So what does this do to our taxpayers? Because, I mean, they're supposed to be getting a cut in their taxes, right? Is it actually making a big difference to property owners?
Not if your assessment values are increasing. So if your assessment values are going up, and I've heard numbers all, in the news, locally here, that we can see assessments anywhere from 25 to 30%. So you're increasing.
And that assessment's coming from the county.
Assessment is performed by the county, yes.
And it's, just to, again, this is kind of just, correct me if I'm wrong, nothing to do with really your assessed value, it's your levy rate. You can be assessed $1 million on your home, but if the levy rate is so minimal, say my house was worth $500,000 last year, it's worth $1 million this year. Doesn't mean I'm gonna pay double taxes, it means that levy rate should adjust, hopefully still be equal or similar, in that regard. It's really the levy rate that determines how many what your property tax is. Is that?
It's not just the levy rate, it's also based upon your taxable value.
Mr. President?
And it's not just the city's levy rate, you have all these other taxing districts that come into play with this as well. So, you know, all those entities that are in the jurisdiction that you're in, if you have mosquito abatement, if you have, all the other taxing districts that are in there, the school district, whatever your school district you're in, if they went out to bond and a bond was approved, there's also gonna be that plays into this.
They're gonna have to over bond just to make up the difference, aren't they?
If it's voted in.
Mr. Orton?
Thank you, Council President. Just, Carol, if you don't mind me throwing a couple of comments here. One, to the question about the increase that this House bill increases, the homeowner's exemption. So you see a reduction in tax as an individual homeowner only if if the amount that your assessed value has increased is less than that increase in the homeowner's exemption. So if it went from 100 to 125, is that what it went to?
Correct. If
your home's value has exceeded $25,000 in value gain, you'll see no reduction in your taxes. So that's, I guess, there is no, if there's that kind of growth, there is no tax relief. Now, you mentioned a tax shift, so the reality of the tax shift, that word is misused, and in this session was misused a lot. A shift refers to a shift of the tax burden, which is happening, it happened in reverse of this in the burst of the bubble, right? You had depressed sales, and the assessor's office is required by law to assess homes based on comparable sales. So you have several distressed sales occurring, and now a home that's really worth $200,000 is showing up based on comparable sales as being worth, you know, let's say $100,000. And so you saw a shift of the tax burden because residential and non-residential, they're all in the same pot. And so it's just, but they pay on a unit cost basis. So if that pot is now, 80% of the value in that pot is residential, and the remainder is non-residential, then 80% of the tax burden will be borne by residential. It's simply a matter of what is the total assessed value of the residential and the total assessed value of the non-residential. So non-residential is a larger proportion of that, non-residential bears a bigger proportion. That's what happened in the burst. Right now, residential is a huge proportion of that total assessed value, and so it's bearing more of the tax burden. So that is literally what the tax shift means, is that the burden of tax is shifting onto residential or onto commercial. And right now, it's shifted onto residential, and the only entities that might see tax relief would be those non-residential uses, not because of some formulation in the statute or that the county or the city can manipulate, but rather because of the proportion of values.
So the legislature tried to give the property owners a property tax break, and it didn't manufacture, did it?
If the value has gone up, if their assessed value has gone up more than the amount of increase in this tax exemption, they'll see no tax relief.
So,
Great job.
I think, and that's taking into account that if nothing had happened, I mean, you could say there is relief. If nothing had happened, it would have been here, even though it's not relief from last year. A little bit of relief, you could say, from what would have been this year. If you only had $100,000 exemption right now, with your value at $500,000, the 125 does give you some, but it doesn't get you back to where you're at before, I think. And then, kind of switching gears, and I hate to, if there's Mr. McGee or Mr. Hopper, you know, cut me off and keep down this road, but switching gears to the reason for the moratorium on preliminary plats, planned unit developments, and residential annexations. And I'm not sure who made that call, because I know in the presentation it said, as time goes on, the effects of this get less and less. Preliminary plats, the one we saw tonight, we're not gonna see a final plat or houses going up for a year or two. So those preliminary plats, by moratorium on those, then those take a while to come. And I'm not saying this is what we should have done, but if you would have done final plats and building permits, I mean, that's gonna make an immediate impact. And again, I'm not saying that's what should have been done, but moratorium a preliminary plat application, that's not gonna be getting going and having taxes on that for a couple of years. So I guess the reasoning why preliminary plats, when by the time those get done, if one is submitted tomorrow, we're gonna be on that curve down into better future.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, President Allgood, Councilman Wagner. So in general, we want to be very careful with any pre-existing vested property interest. And so, particularly with something like a final plat, which is generally a certification that a list has been checked, that all the boxes have been checked. It's important to, a developer has a property interest on some level, maybe not entirely vested, but worth protecting in that. So, it's certainly true that there are additional things that could be added to the list that would make this more severe and more immediate, like all residential building permits. But this is what's presented. If council would like to add things or remove things from the list, council's free to do so. And then I just wanted to reiterate, I apologize if I skimmed through the proposed solution to this, which is in the code for these various applications, adding clarity that the ability to provide services, specifically fire and police services, will become a more concrete criteria for approval or disapproval, and will probably require some sort of procedure where the city is monitoring the rate of growth with prior year budgets and that kind of thing, so that when we come to council, there can be some assurance given to council for any particular development that the city will be able to provide services for this proposed development, or the city estimates that it will. Again, the goal is not a long-term, permanent stay on growth. It is providing council with the tools it would need to make sure that the pinch that Carol and I have been talking about is avoided, so that the reduction in service doesn't happen. But the permanent long-term goal is not to stop growing entirely. It's to grow as much as you can, while still maintaining safety of the citizens, safety of the fire and police personnel, et cetera.
Thank you. And yeah, I'm most definitely not saying that we need to add that in there, because I don't think we do, but just trying to understand it, so thank you so much.
This is just a foot on the brake, to slow things down until we understand what's going on and how can we get past it. That'd be.
President Allgood, Councilman Carlson, yes, this is identifying that there is a new tax scheme that has the possibility, it poses an imminent peril to the city's ability to provide services, and saying, look, until we know that we've got the levers in place that we need to be able to pull to ensure that citizens are protected, we're just gonna put a pause on things. And again, the maximum amount that pause can be, at least under this moratorium, is 182 days. And council is at its liberty to reduce that to a shorter period if council deems appropriate. And it could be extended as long as we don't go beyond that 182 days.
Just to kind of wrap this up, because we are going to move into the public hearing portion of this in a minute. I was police chief for many years before I put on the hat of city councilman. And even in the best of times, it is extremely difficult to keep personnel up to staff to serve the public when you have this much growth. And I think you would find that in Nampa, and Meridian, and everywhere else. The growth is exceeding the ability to bring in the needed emergency services people to cover that growth. And that's in the best of circumstances. When we get a circumstance where our ability to grow financially is not, is impaired without slowing down the amount of growth. Once you get, my belief is once you get past a certain deficit, it'll be almost impossible to catch up to where you need to be again. In officers, they calculate how many officers per thousand of public, et cetera. And the concern is that the growth will keep going without the ability to grow the number of services personnel to support that growth. And like I said, that gap can get big enough that, it's not possible to close that gap for a very long time. So, we are going to move into the public hearing portion of this. I am going to read the resolution. Before we move into the public hearing, I'm I'm gonna read the resolution and get council approval on the resolution. The resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Caldwell, Idaho, declaring the existence of an imminent peril to the safety and welfare of the city of Caldwell and its citizens as a result of an imminent shortage of life safety services to adequately protect the citizens of Caldwell caused by House Bill 389's reduction of the city's ability to provide services to new and existing residential development. I will accept a motion to approve that resolution.
Mr. President, I would approve that resolution, move for its passage.
Approved by Councilman Colson, second. Oh, just as a side note, just so everybody's aware, Councilman Pollard had to leave the meeting, he's no longer participating. I am looking for a second for Councilman Colson's motion to accept this,
I'll second the motion. The resolution.
All right, moved by Councilman Colson, seconded by Councilman Hopper. Will the clerk call the roll?
So, real quick, if that's all right, so I just wanna make sure, understand what all is going on. So this is, because obviously we wanna have public testimony, so this motion is, again, for this resolution,
Just accepting the resolution as written. We haven't adopted it yet.
okay, I just know, I wanna, before I decide on anything, I wanna hear testimony from those that are here.
That will be in the.
That would be on the next, so this, just is stating, we're gonna discuss this and have the testimony and move forward, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
President Allgood, I just wanna make sure that we're super clear on it, Councilman Wagner. The resolution itself does three things. First of all, it declares there is an imminent peril posed, which would be that based upon the presentation, and what Carol has provided, there is a imminent peril posed to the city because of this property tax issue. And then also items 2 and 3 in that resolution are position statements concerning, residential development that requires, council approval.
Mr. Waterman, should I read the entire thing? Would that be a better, or?
No, not necessarily. I think council can look and potentially, Mr. Wagner, if you have issues with some portion of what is being resolved, you could offer a substitute. The portion of the resolution that is necessary to move on to the hearing is item 1, the first, section of the we hereby resolve portion. Items 2 and 3 are position statements, and you can find that on page 535 of your packet.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, and maybe just a little bit of discussion on my part. So, I'm most likely to be opposing the motion, and let me just explain that a little bit, and maybe I'm off, but just kind of my thoughts. I still want to hear the testimony. I need more information. I need to understand this better. I need to understand that. I know that there's a time crunch here, but those numbers, and things like that, I just need to understand it completely before I move total forward with what that's at. So again, I'm probably gonna oppose this motion, but again, just stating that I may, if you're like, hey, you voted no here and this there, it's just because I want to better understand, and perhaps that's gonna come as we move forward. So, but that hopefully makes sense.
Mr. President, I just want to let everyone know that there are copies of the resolution here on the table if you'd like to have one to study, because, Council President will only read the first paragraph. But there's a lot of explanation in the rest of it.
Any more discussion?
Just to clarify, for Mr. Wagner's, benefit, the resolution just establishes we're in a serious situation, and so we're going to have a public hearing that will discuss legislation that would impose the moratorium. So there's the resolution, there's the public hearing, but the moratorium doesn't go in place until the ordinance is adopted. Unless I'm wrong here, Mr. Waterman, I think that's why we're doing this. We're just setting the stage with the resolution to have the public hearing to determine if the legislation should go forward.
That's actually, item number 9 is the final.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hopper, for that, and that could sway me, because, yeah, I do wanna move forward, I wanna hear, what people say, so if that's what that is, then yes, I would support that, so I appreciate those comments.
That's the sequence.
All right, will the clerk call the roll, please?
Carlson,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Wagner,
Yes.
Hopper.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion is carried. Now I will open the public hearing portion of this, issue on the adoption of a moratorium on residential development within the city of Caldwell. Bill number 28, ordinance number 3348. Mr. Waterman, do you want to add anything or bring anything forward?
President Allgood, council, no, I think that the issues were presented. I thought Carol, good job of, assisting. I think it's worth noting the draft resolution appears to not be the version that's in the packet. The version that's in the packet is slightly different. But I may be misreading that, but I'll double check and let you know for certain.
All right. We have several people that are signed up to speak, in the neutral category. We have Becky Aldridge as number 1, but I don't believe she is here. 2 other people that scratched their name off. Tim Makwa.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Do I need to acknowledge I have been sworn in? I don't know if you still need my address.
No, you're good.
Okay. I haven't had a whole lot of time, like you, to prepare for this, so I don't have a presentation. I have what's more a group of random thoughts, I suppose, for your consideration. Shocker, or spoiler alert, first of all, I'm opposed to a moratorium. I think it's bad for the city, and I ask that you not make the same mistake that the governor made by signing this, ill-conceived legislation. If you looked at the governor's letter, and with all due respect, I know that their intent is good. I know the legislature's intent was good. But if you read the mayor's, or the governor's letter of May 12th, that went along with his signing of the bill, he mentions throughout it the unintended consequences of this legislation. He has serious concerns with how it came about late in the session. He's already spoken with the bill drafters, and we're jointly committed to working with cities, counties, and other stakeholders to fix the problems within the bill and develop a sustainable, long-term solution. So I don't understand why they, signed on to something and why he signed on to something that he already knew was fraught with quite a bit of problems. You guys have inherited a really difficult situation, and I'm not gonna stand here and say I have the solutions for it. I just ask that you not do the same thing the governor did by jumping into a solution, or what you think is a solution, that is potentially gonna cause a lot more problems than what it fixes. You should have in your packet a letter from Hayden Homes.
I'll be reading that into the minutes.
Thank you. A couple of questions or comments that I have. There was discussion about the impact to, existing property owners and the taxable value. Limiting growth right now in what's already a housing crisis, I mean, the low inventory number is what is a major factor in the, exponential growth of home values. Those taxable values are gonna go up exponentially, even more so with the moratorium in place. The functional, or the practical effect of 182 days means that several properties that we have under contract, we're gonna lose. And it's gonna also, the uncertainty of a moratorium for 182 days is gonna make it very difficult for us to find additional properties. I also wanna make sure I understand, we just had 2 preliminary plat annexations approved. I view those as an entitlement, and I think that's what you were commenting on. So we are able to proceed from an approved preliminary plat through construction, final plat. We've got a couple other properties
Shadow Glen for one, Ferncroft in South Caldwell. Those are all approved, preliminary plat, and are under construction. Final plat's not approved yet. So I just wanna make sure that I understand and am clear that those aren't at risk at this point, nor are building permits. I don't think, Councilman Wagner was proposing that. And another comment is, what about infill properties? Properties that are already within a bubble of, current emergency services service area. You know, there are still exist some smaller infill properties that, are not annexed, but are surrounded by, or basically an enclave surrounded by annexed areas. They're fewer and far between these days, as most of those that have the services have been developed, but there are some still available. That's really all I've got. I'd be happy to answer any questions as to how it might affect us, but that's all I'm prepared to speak.
Any questions for Mr. Knopfel? I just want to agree with you. I don't understand why the governor signed this either, recognizing that there are problems with it. Common sense to me says, if we know there's problems, let's work together to see if we can solve them first, and then bring it forward. But here, I think that we have to really decide what is the right thing to do for our police and fire. You know, our police, well, I'm a former fireman, and so we have 3 stations now, but they're running 30 and 40 calls a day right now, where when I was there, 7 or 8 calls a day, for the whole city. We really, I'm to the point that I sit there and think, how do we ask more of these employees, without having the opportunity to give them more? It's a situation that I don't know how we're going to solve it. But I know we've got enough brights in our staff that they'll find a way. So, and we will reach some conclusion far before 180 days, I have no doubt. But, if I read this correctly, that there were grandfather rights in for some of these projects that are already in the works, is that correct?
President Ogden, Councilman Carlson, yes, and we would be handling any potential vested property interests with kick gloves, obviously, and making sure that we're protecting any property interest of any developer or citizen of Caldwell. So, to the extent that it's necessary to do that on a case-by-case basis to make sure that we're respecting that, so we would do.
The other problem that I see in this also is, this does not include industrial or commercial, but industrial, commercial need the people to come and work. So if we can't let more people move in, it's kind of a catch-22, isn't it? So.
It's a complicated issue, and I don't know why the state would put this on you without more of these questions answered in the first place.
Well, and the part that really makes me struggle is the Association of Idaho Cities, mayors, county commissioners, continue going to counter to the Senate chambers and to this committee and saying, this is not gonna work, this is wrong, and it fell on deaf ears.
Well, I know the BCA has been reaching out to the state quite a bit as this has been working its way through. I know several of the cities have as well. And I think it was made pretty clear all along the negative impacts that cities, you know, saw in this legislation. And for the life of me, I can't figure out why they passed it.
It seems to me our representatives have failed to represent us.
Yes. Well, and I guess the last thing I'd leave you with is, I would ask that you don't, make a similar mistake, and I don't mean that to be critical, but just that there are, unforeseen or unintended consequences that could come from a moratorium as well. Being, you know, further
exacerbating the shortage or the lack of inventory that we're facing, and what that can do to property values. Thank you, though, for your time.
Is there anybody in the audience that still wishes to speak on this matter? Sir, I would need you to come sign up. Okay, Mr. Holden, go ahead.
Council and staff,
Would you say your full name for me, please?
my name's Brad Holton. I live at 2067 Friends Road, Greenleaf, Idaho.
Thank you.
So it's quite interesting to me to see what you guys are going to end up debating and deciding. I'm the mayor of the city of Greenleaf. I've been elected as a mayor 24 years, so, not continuous, 8 years during the 80s, and then starting in 2004. In all of my political career, I have never seen a more, adversarial and dysfunctional legislature come up with such a sad bill that was touted as a property tax, relief or reduction. To be fair to the legislature, we are in a growth area that isn't being experienced in all 44 counties. But, I was just on an email list today of 20-some lawyers representing from the Greenleaf size to the larger size cities in the state. And the issue that you're seeing with your budget, is magnified in a city like my size, because just one development is over 35% of our existing population. So what's that in your numbers, 28 to 35,000 homes in 1 year? Put that in your budget calculation. So, I agree about the 8%, but, there's bigger problems with this bill than just the 8%. There's the 20%, there's the 90%. I understand the developers and the money that you have in it, but if there ever was a time that you need to do a timeout and have staff try to calculate what the best way forward is, this is probably one of them. I would not advocate for the 182 days. I totally concur with that, but, I would encourage you to do that. Obviously, Greenleaf is going to be watching Caldwell. Obviously, Coeur d'Alene is going to be watching Caldwell. Obviously, Hayden is going to be watching Caldwell. I find it ironic that your company's name is one of the growth areas that is just as bad as this area. So, horrible legislation. I don't understand why the governor just didn't even sign it, rather than sign it with all of his pointing out of its deficiencies. So, I would encourage you to do the moratorium, much shorter than the allowed 182 days. I think that's been alluded to every time it's been spoken. That's the maximum. But you have a great staff. They collaborate with the other cities. I don't see that you guys are gonna need to take that length of time. But I see your problem, and we have a similar problem. It's just magnified in a different way. And so I would really encourage you to consider a short moratorium in the time that your staff can really come back with concrete ways to deal with it.
Any questions for Mr. Holden?
Mr. President, question
President,
if that's the decision that needs to be done.
Yeah, so that is one way you could do it. You could do 182 days with the, direction of staff to come back as quickly as possible, or you could shorten that to 90 days or 60 days. And then at the point that, that period is lapsed, you could potentially extend, to give staff additional time. So it could be, count back from 182 with staff moving as quickly as they can, or count up from some lower number, staff moving as quickly as they can. It can be accomplished either way, but if council has a preference, to give some concrete sense to a shorter period, then council can certainly exercise that option.
Mr. Alden?
Go ahead, Dennis, John.
Mr. Waterman, while you're, at the mic, quick question. That original 182-day time period, I would have, if I vote in favor of this, I would obviously want the staff to expedite that as much as possible, right? We don't want to put some sort of, we don't want to affect our economy too dramatically by taking too much time in doing so. Can you tell me how we came up with that 182-day number? And then, cause I get the sense that the council's gonna be more comfortable with something shorter than that. Can you just, are we being unfair if we ask for less than that 182-day period?
President, go ahead.
Mr. McGee and the rest of the council, as part of planning for this, I have asked the clerk to schedule the next hearing to hear the results of this on August 16th council meeting, which is just a hair less than 90 days. If this goes through, that we would schedule it for August 16th, which is a little less than 90 days. And that's what I was shooting for. You can go ahead and answer the question, Mr. Waterman.
President, always Councilman McGee, the 182 is a statutory maximum. So, that is not, it is just pulled directly from the code. It has a look of specificity that, I think relates to, as close as they could get to half of 365 as they could. It would seem to me that the actual fix to this is two parts. The first being a codification of, police, fire, service as a more concrete criteria for all of the residential, applications you see there on the screen. And the second is gonna be a little bit more of a soft project where staff will need to come up with a way to inform the council of what the current state is, of the city's budget and police and fire. The council can say, our criteria is we have to have sufficient resources to provide police and fire. Now, staff, what is the current status of our resources and what will this, development actually do? And that will take a little bit longer. The code change can probably be accomplished very quickly. I've been to the code summarily and located a couple places where, that would need to be done. The internal setup of the procedure to do the analysis might take longer, but it's likely that by the time a proposed ordinance makes it through planning and zoning and back to council, I think we have a good start on getting that accomplished. So, if council asks that staff present either at a workshop or at a meeting, the proposed codified changes within, I think our next council meeting is 3 weeks away, so within 3 or 5 weeks, I think I could put that together for you. I'm sure I could run a point on those codified changes. And then at that point in time, we could alert you to where we were in the process of the soft, analysis, figuring out, based on the moving numbers, projected budget, projected growth, projected services, what that would look like in the future. But I think we can get moving on the actual codified change pretty quickly.
Okay, and Mr. Algood and Mr. Waterman, that's very helpful and reassuring to me. Mr. Algood, assuming that you're making the calendaring decisions, is it possible then, under that scenario, that we could do it sooner than August 16th if that work was completed?
Yes, August 16th was just the farthest point we would want to go. Anything sooner than that would be wonderful. We just didn't want to go farther than that.
August 16th is actually 492 days ahead.
we get our math. But yeah, that, we could go August 12th, or second, yeah. We were just putting the farthest date out. If it's done much sooner, that would be wonderful.
Okay.
We were just picking that end date, to be within 90 days where it would be discussed. But I mean, if we did it at a June council meeting, that would be even better yet. Thank you.
So, Mr. Aldred,
Yes.
two things. First off, I want to thank Mr. Holton for coming and speaking to us. When I first caught wind of this legislation, I knew it would be bad for us because we are experiencing really healthy growth. But a community like Greenleaf, like Notice, like Parma, where a single development coming in wanting to have city services could destroy their budget. And they have to turn that kind of economic development away. It's just a horrendous thing. So, I do appreciate you coming and speaking to us, and, yeah, there's a lot of folks probably watching to see what we're gonna do. I guess I would recommend that we not go with 182 days, that we really set it for, and I'm gonna say maybe 120 days, only because that gives us another couple of meetings to iron stuff out, in the code changes, but, I would recommend that we do cut it way back from 182 days.
Is there any more discussion on this topic?
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
I just wanna hit that midnight mark to get into tomorrow, so we're getting close. So I do have some more questions. So I guess one of the questions is, what do we hope to accomplish to make a positive change? Because, you know, if we do the moratorium tonight, nothing really changes, the law's still there. I mean, it's the hope that, I guess the legislature's still in session, right? They only recess, so they can come back and change it. I mean, is that a hope? Is the hope, you mentioned some codifying in the code? Are we gonna have where only, 100 lots are approved a month? I mean, what are some of those changes that, I guess, hope to implement, if I get the right word there, over those 182 days or 90 days or whatever it is?
That happens at 11 o'clock.
Well, I would venture a guess on that, if anybody wants to hear from me.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Here's what, just like we do a comprehensive plan analysis for the appropriateness of a subdivision, or any kind of development in the city, I think we're gonna have what is the budgetary impact on services that this particular development is going to do. And if it comes out on the plus side of the ledger, awesome. All we've done is make sure that it's gonna fit. If it comes out on the negative side of the ledger, then we've got a decision to make that is either we're going to, willingly accept that liability, or we're gonna have a plan for how we mitigate it, just like we would mitigate any other problem in development. So it doesn't change development, and it's not gonna stop development. It's just gonna cause us to work with the developers to make sure it's not detrimental to the city, financially, to support that new annexation.
Mr. Water?
President Allgood, Councilman Wagner, and Councilman Hopper. Yes, Councilman Hopper, that would be sort of exactly what would be envisioned. In the past, the City Council, Planning and Zoning Commission could approve development, as much development in any given year, as presented itself to the city, with the knowledge that the budget could grow concurrently with that and services continue to be provided. There is a amount of growth in the city of Caldwell where that will still be true, but there's now going to be a trigger point where that becomes untrue after a certain amount of development. So the objective would be to give council, the information council needs to know when you hit that point where the amount of development at this point is now the maximum we can allow before the city's gonna start seeing a reduction in services. And of course, the city council, gets to make its decisions, but the general trend has been very pro-development in the city of Caldwell. I'm assuming the city council will continue to want the city to grow as much as it could, to relieve the housing crisis as much as possible, to as many citizens as possible, that wanna join the city of Caldwell. And so that could still continue. It would just be the council wouldn't have to wonder, is this the development, that ultimately is gonna reduce police and fire services? There'd be confidence in the development approval you were making, that services were gonna be sufficient to meet the demand of that. That's the good objective. Try to get that codified as best we can, and try to get a procedure in place to make sure we can get that information to you.
Mr. Albert?
Mr. McGee?
I just wanna echo what, Councilman Hopper just said, and I think I think it's so important for us to realize this, because I can imagine the headline that says Caldwell stops development, right? But I totally agree with what Councilman Hopper said. Cole's not stopping development. Development's not gonna stop in the city of Caldwell. What's taking place here is a pause so that we can determine how that's going to affect the police, and fire. We have a city councilman who's a former police chief, we have a city councilman who's a former fireman, and we have a budget director who's telling us she doesn't know how she's going to make this budget work in the next few months. So, I mean, with all of those, questions up in the air, some sort of pause on this while we can figure out how to keep our streets safe, I think is pretty wise.
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Is there any further discussion?
Before a vote taken? Or get close, because I do have a few final comments, I don't know when it's most
Well,
appropriate.
I have yet to read another letter into the
Oh, that's true.
record. I just wanted to make sure that the live discussion was done.
So I'll go ahead. This is a tough one. And that's why I try to ask so many questions and try to understand it, because it has real implications to many people, on both sides of it. And I have the utmost respect for our police and for our fire and what they do and how they do it, especially in Caldwell. They deserve so much more than what they're getting right now, and I appreciate that they're here still with us. I know we're losing really great ones. We just lost one this last week, and who's up for another opportunity. And so, again, what they do have my total and utmost respect, but I do have concerns, about potential outfalls in regards to like a moratorium of this. And I wish I understood it better. I wish we had more time, and it'd be great if we could take a little bit more time, take 3 more weeks. We have another city council meeting in 3 weeks. Do we have any, do it at the beginning of the meeting, or at the end? And no offense, Mr. Moffett, but, it's a little unfair. You stepped in at the same time tonight, almost too. And so why didn't we deny those tonight? And I think the decision was good, but if we want a moratorium, then we should have denied those. If it's that imminent and that important, why do we just approve several hundred homes tonight, when, as a snap of the fingers, now they can't do that? So that does cause me a little bit of concern, and I just want to understand it better. Again, with all these numbers, and it is so convoluted, and this is no disregard to staff, because it's not them that wrote it, but it is so much detail that I just want to understand it better and get, the county, the city, get Brent, Carol, just 2 people in a room and look at numbers and throw out numbers and see if there's something we could do without a moratorium. We can kind of do one without one. You just denied a preliminary plat or the annexation because of concerns in regards to that, but still have the opportunity to review it and hear it. We just had, was it down in Texas with the gas pipeline that was shut off for a week that now has months to catch back up. Is that gonna happen here? If we shut it down for 60 days or 90 days, it doesn't mean you turn that switch and it just flows perfectly again. There's gonna be catch-up that's gonna be multiple times of whatever you were shut down, especially in the crisis that we have right now. We are so under-allotted, if that's a word, and that's a part of what's driving these prices up and making it unattainable. So is it gonna exacerbate that problem of rising prices and make it escalate even quicker? So those are concerns, that I have, in that regard. It's a tough one, and I just wish we had more time. I don't know if we could take more time and vote on this 3 weeks from now to look at those numbers a little bit closer. Would it make any difference if we did it tonight or then? There's really I'm sure there's pending applications, but those are just my concerns, and again, just wanted to get those up before you read that letter, and then, I'll be quiet unless any other questions come up to my mind. I appreciate everybody's patience with me tonight and all my questions and trying to understand this, but that, so those are just, you know, I get it, and I wanna do the right thing, but I feel like I need more information. I don't wanna do, like was said earlier, knee-jerk reaction, wanna make sure it's right, and I'm just not there, I just need more information. So, that's all.
All right, I will read this letter into the record. This letter is from Hayden Holmes. It is written by Jim Caraway, a regional director. Dear Caldwell City Council, it is our understanding that a discussion limiting building within the city of Caldwell is being debated on Monday, May 17th, through the recent House Bill 389 that was signed by the governor. We recognize that the city did not create this issue and has been handed a very unfavorable situation by the Idaho legislature. However, now the decision falls on city leaders who decide the best way to address the matter with a quick reaction or tempered response that is in the best interest of the citizens of Caldwell. A reaction would be to place a moratorium on growth, stifling the housing industry, limiting construction jobs, hurting the Caldwell businesses that supply goods and services to the construction industry, while exacerbating the housing shortage and forced housing prices to skyrocket. A response would be to continue to allow smart growth in projects that attempt to build the city's inventory of relatively affordable quality housing while continuing to work with the legislatures on the unintended consequences of the bill, as the governor stated in his letter. The current area median household income in the city of Caldwell is $47,853. Using a 30-year mortgage, a homeowner earning this wage can afford a $234,582 home. Currently, the median new home price in the city of Caldwell is $396,875. This discrepancy between the two prices represents the city's current affordability gap of $162,293. Restricting growth is going to cause this gap grow significantly due to the basic supply and demand model. When inventory is squelched, a demand increases, making homes only attainable for the affluent. Two examples of this are in Marin County, California, and Boulder, Colorado. Marin County, California, Growth and the Fallacy of Control, January 2019. Marin County is stunningly beautiful and has been stunningly successful at limiting the number of people who can live there. One result, as of this writing, Zillow reports that the median home value in Marin County is $1,159,400. Many of the children who grew up in Marin will never have the option of settling there as adults. Service workers with jobs in Marin often have excruciating commutes. The Census Bureau's on the map data tool indicates only 1/3 of those employed in the county travel fewer than 10 miles to work. The county's freeways end up clogged with these long distance commuters. As of May 2021, the median home price is $1.4 million.
Moving to Idaho.
Yeah, no kidding. Boulder, Colorado, Boulder's challenge of March 2021. The housing shortage has also meant higher cost of living and more traffic. Boulder was once a suburb of Denver, but 200% job growth over the past 40 years has meant a reversal of commuting patterns into the city and a demand for pricier lifestyle amenities. For long-term residents, then gains in property values have been tempered by what can feel like a slow unraveling of the community fabric. A reaction of a moratorium on growth will only exacerbate the problem. We encourage a tempered response by council granting smart growth and allowing time to convey to the legislature the consequences of House Bill 389 on all cities within the state. Sincerely, Jim Caraway. accept the motion to close this public hearing?
I think I wanna have a little more discussion now after reading this.
Okay.
Will a moratorium really make a difference? I mean, say if we do have a moratorium or we don't have one, is there a difference? Staff's still gonna look at everything, and in 90 days, what is the difference?
Well, I guess you could go off Councilman Wagner's statement, and in the next 90 days, if you have 6 more council meetings and you approve 400 or 500 homes in each one of those council meetings, you've made a big change in population in those 4 or 5 council meetings. Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I
totally understand that.
Mr. President, and kind of just going off what Councilman Kaufman, I appreciate those comments, and I think the thing that, and it was mentioned in there, you've heard the term smart growth, it's been for many years now, as a planner, I've heard that way too many times, but hopefully this forces us to really look at that and to, you know, grow smart, you know, to look at development and ensure that it's, you know, the right thing, and I think that I know from my time as staff and moving into this position, things have really changed a lot, from when I first came and started working at the city. You know, we were ecstatic if anybody came and talked to us, and that has changed, and it's due process of the great things that Caldwell has done. You know, with starting in the downtown and then expanding from there, that we have, you know, become a destination, and it doesn't mean that now, you know, you must do everything we say and do all these different things, but that we need to be smart about what we do, in regards to growth and looking at the big picture. And, you know, does this fit in the area, not trying to put, you know, a square peg in a round hole, and making sure that we're doing what's right for that area, right for the community, and right for the city. And so I think overall, this can have a positive effect to bring us to a new vision of making sure that we are growing smart and that we're doing the right thing, and we've been bringing in great developments and just doing things that are gonna continue to attract those. And could this hurt that? It's possible. You know, we don't know what the ultimate outcome will be, if we do a moratorium. I mean, we think what may happen one way or another, but you really won't know until it does. But, you know, that was kind of going with Councilman Carlson's question, is what do we get at the end of the day? And I think that's really where each one of us has to make that decision. Is it the moratorium that's gonna get us where we think we need to be, or just, you know, within these next 90 days or whatever it is, looking at applications perhaps a little differently, and whether that's just denying them or having additional improvements, requirements, or reducing the lot number, increasing the lot size. You know, those are all different options that we have, but again, it's each councilman's prerogative to make those choices of what they think is gonna be the best thing, and really what's best for the citizens of Caldwell. That's what we're all here for, and that's why we're here, and because we love this community, we want it to be the best in that regard. And I know the legislature, we wish we hadn't passed this, but, you know, I do have, you know, a great amount of respect for most of the legislators down there. I really truly believe that most of them are doing what they think is right and best for their constituents. And unfortunately, we disagree with them from time to time, and this one, matter of factly, I think we all do, in this regard, but trying to make the best of what we have, and again, where does it lead us, and how do we get there, is what we're trying to decide.
I think it's more than just what is best for the people. We also have the commitment of protecting and life safety and police matters and stuff like that. And so, man, I'm teeter-totter back and forth here.
Well, I think people are scared by this word moratorium. I understand that that's the language of the law, but, I prefer the short pause to get our feet under us and figure out what we're doing from here on out.
Yeah, I think that's right.
That's and if I'm agreeing with Councilman Wagner. I would not be for an extended moratorium. I think if we need to figure out what's going on in a big hurry, we need to know more about it. I just don't think we should keep approving subdivisions while we're figuring it out. I think we need, I would love to see it done, like get it resolved in June, you know, that quickly. But at the same time, you know, it doesn't make sense to keep approving homes if we're going to change our direction. That's right. That's right.
And I guess, Mr. Ogden, if I could jump in, there's very few applications that are just hitting us right now are actually going to break ground in this season, right? I mean, a delay right now for us to clean up our code and get the right elements in an application so that we can, in good conscience, approve them, I think, we don't really hurt the construction season for next year. It's, you know, now is our window to do that. Because otherwise approvals, if we get into the winter time when approvals are, they're trying to gear up to the next construction season, then we are too late. This really has to happen, I think, while we can get it done. And I guess the other thing I would add is, I know we have a couple of former legislators on our council, but this truly is a dysfunctional legislature. And to think that we can negotiate with them to get to the right place, I think is a little bit ludicrous. That's not gonna happen, at least until the next, election year.
Good point. I'm ready to move forward. All right. We'll do this again. I will accept a motion to close this public hearing. Moved by Councilman Carlson, second. Second by Councilman Wagner. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. This public hearing is closed. We are now at action item number 9 on the agenda. Consider an adoption of a moratorium on residential development within the city of Caldwell to respond to the imminent peril and safety and welfare of the citizens of the city of Caldwell posed by House Bill 389's reduction of the city's ability to provide services to the new and existing residential development, with a request to waive the rules and pass on the first reading, City of Caldwell Bill number 28, ordinance number 3348. And I will read this. Ordinance enacted by the City of Caldwell adopting and declaring a moratorium on the issuance of preliminary plats, land unit developments, and residential annexations, creating an exception to protect existing property rights, directing staff to bring forward a permanent solution within 182 days, providing an effective date, providing for severability, and declaring the subordination of all ordinances, resolutions, and orders in conflict herewith.
Mr. Albert?
Mr. Hoffman?
I would support this ordinance and, sponsor it, but I would want the moratorium time period to be limited to 120 days.
If you wanna make the motion to waive the rules and then make your motion, Mr. Hopper, we'll go from there.
Okay, I don't know what the amendment, protocol is. That amendment should be made before, we consider it. I'll defer to Mr. Waterman on that.
President Allgood, Councilman Hopper, I think that either would be, but I think that waiving the rules and considering on the first reading would be the first step. And then, a subsequent motion to approve could be conditioned on some modification to the time period.
Okay, given that then, I would move that we, waive the rules and, consider bill number 28, ordinance number 3348, on its first reading by title only, with the exception of a amendment that will be made to it.
We have a motion by Mr. Hopper, a second by Mr. Carlson. Request the clerk call the roll, please.
Hopper,
Yes.
Olson,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Wagner.
Can I just ask clarification from the attorney? This is just waiving the rules, correct, on it, so yes, I'm a yes.
Okay, motion carries. Back to you, Mr. Hopper.
Okay, so, trying to find exactly where, okay, in section 1 of this ordinance, I would sponsor this ordinance and move for its passage with the amendment in section 1, that the moratorium shall be in place for 120 days following the adoption of it, for a maximum of 120 days.
It can conclude much sooner, correct?
Yes, that's what I understand. Not to exceed 120 days.
We have a motion by Councilman Hopper. Do we have a second? Second. Second by Councilman Carlson. Further discussion? Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Hopper,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Wagner.
I appreciate the motion, I just found I need more information before, so I'm gonna be a no.
Okay. The motion is carried 3-1. I call for a motion to close this public hearing.
Second.
Actually, this wasn't public hearing. Yeah. Apologize for that. I was changing my papers. Thank you, Debbie. Okay. We are now on action item 10. Consider bill number 26, ordinance number 3346, amending chapter 10 of the Caldwell City Code pertaining to traffic impact study requirements and appeals from decisions related to traffic impact studies, with a request to waive the rules and pass on the first reading and approve the summary for publication. Mr. McDonald.
Yes. Thank you, Council President, Council. This is bringing the item back that was, heard in a council workshop 2 weeks ago at the city council meeting. This is chapter 10 that talks about, traffic impact study that is required for development, after they've exceeded a certain threshold, and the mitigation, traffic mitigation that is also required. There have been some minor changes in here, and I will go over those very briefly. We've changed the 1,000 trips per day, which triggers a traffic impact study, to 100 trips in the peak hour. We have also, a little bit more clearly explained the traffic impact study process, that the city initiates that, and the developer works through the city to make sure that that process, that the city holds the contract with the traffic impact study consultant. And then probably the most significant change here, even though the traffic impact study threshold has not changed, the mitigation required by developers has changed, and that will be lowered from 1,000 trips per day to 500 trips per day. So as the development comes in, if they're gonna be generating more than 500 trips per day with their development, then traffic mitigation would be required. The determination of what that mitigation would be in the case where there's not a traffic impact study would be determined by the engineering department. And the trips per day would be estimated through the trip generation manual for the different uses that may be developed. The most current version of the trip generation handbook. That is really that's kind of the crux of this. There is one other thing that was changed in section 2, under appeals, and instead of the appeal going to the hearing examiner or the planning and zoning commission, it would actually go to city council if there was an issue and they wanted to hold an appeal. The reason why we are making this change is because we have had several developments come in that generate more than 500 trips per day, but less than 1,000, and these developments are contributing essentially nothing to our transportation system, aside from curb, gutter, and sidewalk in front of their own development. And there are many of those that already have curb, gutter, and sidewalk, and they are really generating nothing. And there's an example of this in North Ranch that I could cite for you. So this helps bring that threshold down just to give us a little bit more to mitigate the additional traffic that we are seeing on our roadways, so that we can continually keep up with the traffic demand. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Questions for Mr.
President.
Mr. Paul?
You're talking about, trips per day, but, you know, I'm assuming that trip, like for a car, shouldn't like a semi be less trips a day? You've got 18 wheels instead of 4. Wear and tear on the roads is significantly more, the weight is more.
President, Councilman Carlson, you bring up a very good point. Generally, I guess the way we would address that, when a development comes in, we look at the type of traffic that's generated, and if a traffic impact study is not required, because of the threshold, but we feel like that there is still a significant impact to the roadways, or they're right next to a school, or for some other reason, then we still have the prerogative to assess that and have a traffic impact study conducted. Currently, right now, we just look at trips per day, so that's the vehicle per day. We don't have anything that specifically breaks out the type of vehicle that's traveling, but that is something that we can take a closer look at if you'd like. We would like to at least move forward on this, and then if we wanna, you know, if we can make changes or something that makes more sense, we would be happy to look at that.
The complex that we talked about last week was semi trucks, right? At North Ranch?
Correct.
A lot of wear and tear.
Yeah, and they are, in the North Ranch, this is actually coming up in a few minutes, but North Ranch does have quite a bit of mitigation that they are required to complete as part of their development, and you'll hear that in a couple agenda items.
Mr. President,
Mr. Wagner?
maybe instead of 100 trips in the PM, you could do 400 tire tread marks in the PM peak hour to get those 4 tires. Then if they have more, they'd have to do it. Maybe.
That may be a little hard to.
I did have a serious question, and maybe it goes towards that too, and is there anything that and this helps bringing it down to the 500, where this shouldn't happen as much, but is there any concern, or is there anything maybe in the code that if there's a property and they're looking to develop it, that they develop the first half, because it only is gonna create 400 trips, and then they develop the second half, because it's only create 350 trips, so it would have been over that max, but they split it. Can you go back, let's say 6 months later, they submit another one, can you go back and say, well, this is part of that development, so you do surpass that threshold? Is there ability to do that, or?
So that's a very good question, Councilman Wagner. We look at the entire plat, and the preliminary plat, I should say. It's very difficult for us to go back after the fact and try to levy some sort of impact, traffic impact or traffic mitigation onto a development that's already completed, just because they're coming in with the second phase or whatever. But we do try to look at the big picture, and if they're coming in and they're buying the entire property and they're only, building on this corner, then we always have them do a traffic impact study for the entire piece, so that we can look at the big picture as best we can. The one other thing I will mention that I forgot to mention is this is kind of a temporary, an interim situation. We are in the process of converting our traffic mitigation into a traffic impact fee, and that has begun, but that'll take probably a year to a year and a half to get completed. Once that is completed, we will go away from the traffic mitigation completely, and every development that comes in will have a traffic impact fee based on their the size of their development or their trip generation. So there's a goal that we're trying to get to in the next year and a half. This is just to fill the gap until that time.
That would be a much better solution.
You're gonna open a dental office to it soon, because they pay crazy impact fees. Council President. If you don't mind me just throwing in a couple of words on this, to Councilman Wagner's concern, it's a good concern. But the hope is that they'll kind of be hitting a law of diminishing returns here by trying to break things up even more. They'd have to break it in half yet again of what they've done in the past, and hopefully that'll discourage most of that kind of wiggly, approaching it. And then to Councilman Paulson's, comment, you are right, the semi does impose, the estimate is about 3,000 passenger cars damage in one, or wear in one pass. So it's significant. That said, though, there really is no national, standard of care wherein you hold them accountable for the extra wear. It's just really based typically on the traffic congestion. It's kind of two things. You got the traffic, the longevity of the surface, and you got the congestion of the facility, so.
Mr. Horton, with what Mr. McDonald said earlier about the impact fees, can that be adjusted for semis?
We could ask that. We could ask that as the
I think
consultant
that
helps
would
us
be
with that.
appropriate. If there is that much wear, let them pay their fair share.
Good point. Good point. We can ask that as we go through the process.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? We want. All right. More? All right. Do we have a motion to waive the 3 reading process? Oh, that'd be a good idea. I will read the ordinance. An ordinance enacted by the City of Caldwell amending Chapter 10, Article 10, Section 10.10.1 of the Caldwell City Code pertaining to traffic impact study requirements, amending Title 10, Article 10, Section 10.10.2 of the City Code pertaining to appeals from decisions related to traffic impact studies, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Mr. President, I would move that we waive the 3 reading rule, consider, I don't have the numbers here, but, this bill and ordinance on its first reading by title only.
It would be bill number 26, ordinance number 3346.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. I have a motion by Councilman Carlson. Second by Councilman Wagner. Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Paulson?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
Wagner?
Yes.
Hopper?
Yes.
Mr. President, I will sponsor bill number, whatever I said earlier,
Go ahead.
and ordinance number, whatever I said earlier, and move for its passage. And I don't know if there's a summary for publication.
It says there is.
Oh, and approve the summary for publication.
Motion by Councilman Carlson. Second by Councilman Wagner. Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Paulson?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
Wagner?
Yes.
Hopper?
Yes.
Motion has carried. All right. Moving to action item number 11. Consider bill number 27, ordinance number 3347, amending chapter 12 of the Caldwell City Code pertaining to minimum improvements resulting from development of previously unimproved or partially improved real property with a request to waive the rules and pass on the first reading and approve the summary for publication. Go ahead, Mr. McDonald. Sorry, I'm doing 2 things at once.
It's okay, I think you've done a great job tonight.
If I had hair, it'd be gone.
So this bill, this is for the infrastructure policy. The infrastructure policy is the section of code that basically determines what improvements need to be completed on a development of a single parcel, that is not platted, or not part of a plat, or part of the subdivision ordinance. And so, for an example of this would be just a lot you have that hasn't been developed, that's been sitting for decades, and then someone decides they wanna build a house on it. What triggers the frontage improvements and what triggers, the curb, gutter, and sidewalk and those sorts of things. There are really no significant changes in this section, and this hasn't changed, in the last 2 weeks since we had the public, the workshop, except for there were just a few typos that were corrected. And just really briefly, we clarified some language that the dwelling on the property, this does not, the improvements do not apply to dwellings on a property that, have been inhabited within the last 12 months, and they have to be dwelling units, they can't be just structures, as was previously in the code that could be a shack or some other type of garage or something. The clarification on, 12-17-02, item number 4, there was some clarification added there, basically stating that whenever there's a simple lot split, that those lots are all, fall under this applicability. There's an asphalt clarification under 12-17-03, number 1, where before the language was a little bit confusing. Really what we need is 24 feet of asphalt width so that 2 cars can safely pass each other. And then down a little lower in section 5, just a clarification on utilities, that should be stubbed out so that they can be easily connected in the future. And then, on the following page, under 12-17-04, 3A, there's some clarification on the process, that requires them to prepare for annexation basically at that time, so that, if they are not contiguous, once they become contiguous, they will be annexed by planning and zoning. And that really, and then there's one more thing in 12-17-06, the financial guarantee. And there was just some clarification there that kind of helps explain what the process is for that. That there is, the city engineer, can agree to a time frame for a financial guarantee if they are not able to complete their improvements, but they will not be able to get a C of O, until all improvements are completed. However, they may be able to get a temporary C of O, if we determine that it's necessary that they're able to get into their house or residence, so that's, before the improvements are done. So that's kind of explained in there. And that really kind of covers it. This is just, after several years of going through this, with developments, these are just some tweaks that we've noticed that we feel like will make things a little bit easier, and that's why we bring this forward today, and I stand for any questions.
Questions for Mr. McDonald? Okay, thank you, sir. I'll read the ordinance. An ordinance enacted by the City of Caldwell amending Chapter 12, Article 17, Section 12-17-2, 12-17-3, 12-17-4, and 12-17-5 of the Caldwell City Code pertaining to required minimum improvements resulting from the development of previously unimproved or partially improved real property, providing an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Mr. President, I would move that we waive the 3 reading rule, consider bill number 26, ordinance 3346 on its first reading by title only.
Thank you. Motion by Councilman Carlson, second by Councilman Wagner, to waive the 3 reading process. Will clerk call the roll, please?
Carlson?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
Wagner? Hopper?
Yes. Mr. President, I will sponsor bill number 26, ordinance 3346, move for its passage, and
Ordinance ordinance number, you go down one, count, is.
This is 27, okay,
Yeah.
27, ordinance 3347, move for its passage and approve the summary for publication.
Thank you. Motion by Councilman Carlson, second by Councilman Wagner. Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Paulson?
Yes.
McGee? McGee?
Yes, yes, sorry, Debbie, yes.
Hopper?
Yes,
Thank you. Motion carries.
we must be getting past some council members' bedtimes, huh?
Okay, wow.
I don't have to work tomorrow.
I am going to remember whoever built this agenda for me. Yeah. Action item number 12. Consider a resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a traffic mitigation agreement with Ball Ventures Alquist for traffic mitigation for the North Ranch development. Who will be presenting on that?
Gonna be me.
Mr. Waterman.
Council, it's all right, I'll stay seated. I'm in the limbo between diagnosis and treatment for sleep apnea. One of the side effects is faintness, and I've been feeling not, so much like standing this evening. Anyway, so Brent's gonna pull up, oh, he's got it up. So there's a development agreement modification that was approved on the consent agenda. Clerk Guyer is holding it for signature at this point. For North Ranch, BVA wanted to complete all the traffic mitigation themselves. They wanted to pay for all of that as development builds out. And it was originally the development agreement. So when we did the DA modification, for, last council meeting, it was approved tonight again, not signed yet, approved tonight. Most of the changes were, all but one of the changes were specific to that property, and one was to peel off the traffic mitigation obligation and place it fully with BVA. I've been going back and forth with BVA for a couple weeks now, trying to get this to where it needs to be, and I feel comfortable with where it's at. BVA is stipulating to the total mitigation amount, and if Brent can scroll up for me a little bit. Oh, other direction. Keep going, all the way to one. There we go. Okay, so BVA has stipulated and agreed that the traffic mitigation analysis was done correctly, producing a traffic mitigation amount of $990,000. They've agreed to do traffic mitigation up to that amount within the next 24-month period for the entirety of that property up there. It'll be triggered sort of reasonably as development occurs. And the city's hammer at the end of the day to make sure it gets done is that either at the end of the 24-month period, there will be a payout of the remaining amount, or BVA will take all necessary steps to reincorporate it into the development agreement. So this will allow BVA to pay for that mitigation, have a reduced by mitigation done, not have to do DA modifications for each subsequent development, but it gives the city the assurance that at the end of the 24-month period, either the mitigation will be done, the city will have the money, or if development changes, industrial development changes in the city and there's less of it, that mitigation obligation gets laid back into the development agreement and protects the city in the future. The final version of this was just approved by TON this afternoon. That's what you're seeing now. It's gonna be signed tomorrow. They know that we're holding up signature on the development agreement modification until this is done. So I would expect us to get that by tomorrow. In an email, we probably have sufficient assurance, and sufficient consideration to constitute a contract to sign it, but my advice would be to hold off on signing the development agreement until we have this signed and can get it approved. But that's what the purpose of this is. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But again, the primary objective is to give BVA the freedom to pay for that mitigation themselves, allow them to develop freely, but keep the city protected both now and in the future.
Would you clarify, Mr. Waterman, what do you mean by roll it back into the development agreement?
So they would be obliged to take all necessary steps, pay necessary fees associated with bringing this to council for a development agreement modification for the remaining property. So we can't bind a future council's hands and require the council accept the modification. but BVA is on the hook to get it here and to approve the re-inclusion of the traffic mitigation obligation into the development agreement in the way it existed prior to the modification. So unless council had some particular reason, 24 months from now, to refuse that DA modification, then it would go back into the development agreement. And again, I can't imagine a reason why council would do that.
Any more questions, for Mr. Waterman?
Maybe not Mr. Waterman, but maybe more for engineering, Mr. McDonald, I don't know, is the reason for this so they can control the mitigation and stage it? Are we trying to extend the payout period for it? I guess I'm not quite understanding why they're changing their plan here.
President Allgood, Councilman Hopper, the whole purpose, when they originally came through a couple years ago, or a year and a half ago, they wanted each development to take care of its own mitigation. And as development has started coming in and looking, I think BVA realized that maybe is a more difficult way to run this through, and so they have come back subsequently and stated that they want to take care of all the mitigation themselves. The time frame of 24 months is, it's our estimate of how long we think it may take this North Ranch area to develop, and so it's really just kind of an estimate of a time frame of when we feel like all these improvements could, or probably should be done, if development continues as it's going now. But BVA wanted to control all the mitigation themselves, I suspect because it was making things a little easier with the sale of their property.
Got it. So there wouldn't be any burden on that new development coming in to do their own traffic mitigation and studies, they are just gonna accept whatever's there.
Correct.
BVA can deal out the proportionality if it chooses to or whatever, and it doesn't become part of the approval process. I can understand how that would streamline what they wanna do.
Yeah, and that actually makes it much easier for us as well, so we were happy about that.
And I would add, Councilman Hopper, that we built in an ability for the city to refuse to issue building permits, if we reasonably think that some particular mitigation effort is tied to the development of some portion of the property. So even throughout the 24-month period, the city retains final say and approval on mitigation projects and leverage to make sure the mitigation is done when it's supposed to be.
Okay, because that was my next question, is how do we mitigate a particularly onerous traffic use? Sounds like you just answered that one. Thank you.
All right, any further questions?
Are we having fun yet?
We're getting close. Fun is the next agenda item.
Fun is 7 minutes away.
I'll talk slowly. A resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Powell authorizing the mayor to enter into a traffic mitigation agreement with BVA North Ranch LLC.
Mr. President, I would move it to approve that resolution.
Motion by Councilman Colson, second by Councilman Wagner. Is this a roll call, David? Okay, go ahead, please.
Carlson?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
Wagner?
Yes.
Hopper?
Yes.
All right, motion is carried. Action item number 13, we are past the difficult stuff. All right. Okay. Action item, consider a resolution regarding the recommendation from the Urban Renewal Agency and the naming of the TVCC Caldwell campus as the Nancola Center. Open that for discussion.
Mr. Alger, if I could, I'll take the seat here. I've been working with staff and with, the Urban Renewal Agency for some time to recognize all the things our esteemed mayor has done to, put Caldwell on the map, be what it is, create a tremendous environment downtown, and this building that, houses TVCC today was really the first, practical use of the, Urban Renewal Agency's might in attracting things to the newly developed Indian Creek downtown. And it just seems most appropriate that we put the mayor's name on that building as really what started the ball rolling for us and changing the nature of Caldwell, building our, downtown back up from the ashes, and, I just think this is a very fitting, memorial for him. So, the Urban Rail Agency has recommended to the council that, since the building is yours, that, you, apply his name to the building, and, off we go.
Thank you, Councilman Hopper. Any discussion or thoughts? Thoughts?
It's appropriate.
Okay. Did somebody say something there, or am I getting feedback again? Okay, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please? Oh, yeah, here we go, I got it. A resolution accepting recommendation from the Caldwell Urban Renewal Agency Board of Commissioners regarding the dedication of the Treasure Valley Community College Caldwell Campus Building as an Ancola Center.
Mr. President, it'd be my honor to sponsor this resolution, move for its passage.
Sponsored by Councilman Carlson, second by Councilman Wagner. Will clerk call the roll, please?
Carlson,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Wagner.
Yes.
Hopper.
Absolutely, yes.
All right, motion is carried, thank you very much. Now the finance report, typically myself or Mike read it, and Mike's not here, and,
You want me to read it?
if you would, please.
Okay. The Finance Committee has reviewed current accounts payable in the amount of $2,022,303.31 for the period ending May 12th, 2021, and net payroll of $395,100.05 for the pay period ending April 24th, 2021. I move accounts payable in the amount of $2,022,303.31 represented by check numbers 153438 through 153712, and payroll for the amount of $395,100.05 represented by check numbers 35922 through 35938, and direct deposits be accepted, payments approved, and vouchers filed in the office of the city clerk.
Motion by Councilman, second by Councilman Hopper. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Wow. Council reports. Mr. Caller's not here. Mr. Carlson?
Nothing tonight.
Mr. Hopper?
I wouldn't dare have anything tonight.
Mr. Wagner?
Nothing.
Mr. McGee?
No, thank you.
And definitely nothing for me.
And it's the bewitching hour, just the right time for us to go to executive session, don't you think?
Absolutely. We'll wait for Mr. Orton to turn off the live feed here.